Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Rights for Bastards. Isn't that right, 12B? You bastards. Welcome back. Glad to have you. If you happen to see my StreamYard and I'm not out here instantly, it means that me and you are doing something. You show me other techniques on YouTube at StreamYard. He's giving me an education, a very good education. So if you happen to see that we're coming up, sometimes we won't be able to because, again, he's helping me out here on this computer. We're getting things set up. He's training me how to do things faster, more efficiently. Meanwhile, we do have new guru. I think we still have him here.
No, that guy, he fucked off. Yeah, I don't know where he is.
Forget about it, guys. I didn't pay him enough.
Yeah. Wait. Pay your fucking bills next time. We lose our guests. See what you did?
Yeah. Toby left us, you bastard, you.
Yeah, him too. Yeah, all the good people are gone. See?
Well, we can talk to ourselves.
Oh.
Ain't nobody out here but us two.
You're gonna talk dirty.
Let's talk about Barbara.
She got a new set of panties going on. I heard about today. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, she's pistachio specials. Yeah. You get an extra discount. They're signed and used.
And resulted.
Yes. Make sure you check it out, folks. Be there on Friday, 5-cent Fridays.
She'll be there. So, you want to continue what we're talking about in backstage?
Well, definitely do that. But I just noticed something. You actually have on your Rights for Gets channel the stream that you were thinking of doing. That's what you set it up on that channel. The CBDC is going to destroy. That's the one that 12B put his message on there. You still have that waiting to begin, so you might want to cancel that. So the one person that's waiting over there, it still says one waiting. That's probably 12B.
What's he gonna give me the finger? Oh my god!
So you have to go in your StreamYard and end or cancel that one, but make sure you don't accidentally cancel the one that we're in here. Otherwise, we'll be gone.
Yeah, I see it right now. Okay.
You see it? Okay.
Yeah, I'll just do it this way. And yeah, this is the one.
One of these days, we'll have our ducks in a row.
There it is. We're done. Well, yeah, we're in some heavy thought here. Yeah. Okay, it's done. Thank you for telling me that.
Okay.
So, let's talk about country, how free we are.
Hold on. Let me refresh and confirm because it's showing that it's still there on YouTube. Hold on. It's still showing notify me. Yeah. I don't know if you took it off yet.
Properly. Yeah, I did.
Yeah. On YouTube, it's still showing.
What the waiting heck? For you to start. Everything else. Huh. Let's see. Yeah, it says it's gone here, and I put down for YouTube too as well. Fine.
CBDC is going to destroy your lives. That's the one that's called.
Mm-hmm. That's the one.
You need
I'll
to
get it right now.
Okay.
I'll get it right now. I can't do this to me. Can it?
Well, it's you after all.
Oh, that's right. It's on what's called not race for. Okay.
Yeah, it's on the other one.
Yeah. Right.
But you should be able to see it in the same StreamYard because that's where you made it.
See.
And if you need some help, $200 an hour. Just send me a I don't know, what could you send me? Send me a Barbara, and put your screen share on.
Damn, you don't want much.
Yeah, that's pretty cheap, isn't it?
I do not see it here.
Okay, let me refresh and make sure it wasn't just lag. Let's start with that. No, it's still there. Okay, put your screen share on and
I don't see it at all.
Let's teach the audience about Rights for Gets.
Yeah, I don't lie here. Okay, here we go. Put that there. Go here.
I did get notification about this one, so that worked. And there's somebody else with us. Someone. Okay. Okay. You have to open a new tab.
That we can do.
Go to StreamYard.
I can't hear you.
Go to StreamYard.
Past.
Go to past, yeah. And hang on a sec. It's not showing in there.
No.
Such a CBDC. Okay, so I think you might have to do it on YouTube then.
Let's go to YouTube then.
Yeah.
All right.
New tab. YouTube. And you got to go to the rights forgets one, which we might have to do an incognito, but let's try it again and see. Go to you. No.
Yeah. No.
No. Close that tab. Close that tab. Okay, and YouTube's switch account.
That's what I forgot. Yep.
Okay, try going to rights for gets. Let's see if it really does it. No, that's still rights for vets. Okay, let's just do it in incognito again. Click the three dots.
Yeah.
Incognito window.
Do the same thing I did last time then.
Yeah. Go to YouTube.
Oh, you want me to go to YouTube? Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Just click on the YouTube button there. Yeah. There you go. Okay. And you have to log out from here. Click on the avatar.
So we just did this.
Sign out. Oh, it says right forgets, but it's showing wrong account. Try switching account from here. See if it works in this one or not.
Which one?
Switch account.
All right. Add. Here we go.
Just click on that. See what happens when you go to that.
Yeah.
No, it's still right forgets. So you got to sign out from here. It's Windows 10. That's the problem.
Sign out here.
Sign out. Yep.
Goodbye, people. Well, nice knowing you.
And click sign in again.
Yep.
And there it is. Bill Brown, the first one. Yep.
I don't know what he. No.
Now, if you probably don't want everybody to see this,
No.
so take your screen share off. Come back to Chrome.
I'm looking for. Where are you at? Here we go.
Chrome. No. Slow down.
I wanted
Slow
to
down.
get you out. Okay. So
hold on. Before you do that, you're going to get confused because you just clicked that button. Click the back button.
Nope.
And again, click back again. Okay. Now come to the Chrome button. Okay. And click on.
Here.
You know what? Actually, hold on a second. I forgot. We were already signed in on this incognito mode. So click on that. Let's see if we're still signed in on this one. Click on that.
Click on what here? Okay.
Yep. And click refresh.
Damn, we got enough tabs open here.
Yeah, we're not signed in. No, okay, we signed out. We should have just stayed, but that's fine. Close this tab.
Not doing it.
The X. Got to be on the X. You just hit the X on the top right.
Oh, right here, right?
Yep. Okay, now come back to the Chrome button.
It's been a hell of a show so far.
I'm getting paid. I love it.
Uh,
Click on the left side. That's two Barbaras now. And come back to StreamYard.
yeah, this is what I wanted to do right here. Yep.
Okay, now you're going to take the screen share off, but hopefully you can do
Yeah.
the next
All right.
part.
Mm-hmm.
You going to know what to do? You sure?
Hey, you're talking to an expert here.
Yeah, call me tomorrow when you're done trying.
When when I don't talk to you anymore, you know I did something wrong. Oh, there.
It's not if, it's when.
Is that the truth? Uh-oh.
Yeah, I figured. Okay, tell me as
Hold
you're
on.
doing this what you're doing.
No, hold on. I got it. Trust me. I got it.
I am not going to.
Trust me.
I am not going to. Trust
It's
is about as sensible as faith, and we were just talking about that. Mm-hmm. Yep. Well,
there
it's
you
a good
go.
prelude. We'll get into that again. Did you get it?
Shit. Who are you talking to, man? I'm in.
Willis.
I'm
I'm talking to Willis.
okay. I'm in here. Let's see if this is the right one, though.
Should we
Yep, I'm
take
in.
bets? Should we take
Okay.
bets, audience? Is he going to get it? And is he going to get it without deleting anything or closing something he shouldn't have closed? What do you think? We have a poll.
There you go. What do you think about that, eh?
Hey, Prairie. Prairie just put a message. She put good evening. And now she put, you guys have fun. Think I'm going to go watch Oppenheimer.
Oppenheimer.
Yes.
Is that such a thing? Oppenheimer?
Isn't this an excellent stream? I mean, this content is just amazing. Okay,
Yep.
so you got it.
Here it is, right here. Yep.
Okay, so you're logged in. And yeah, go to studio. Okay.
And let's see.
Go to live. And there it
Yep,
is.
there it is.
Now
Son of a gun.
you have to no.
You want me to
Cancel.
delete it?
Cancel. Scroll all the way to the right.
Uh,
You got to scroll all the way to the right. It's the scroll bar on the bottom.
scroll bar on the bottom.
Let's do it this way. Click on the thumbnail of that.
Right here, you're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah. Click on that. We'll go
All
inside
right.
it and we'll do it from here. Okay. Scroll down. And okay, scroll back up. Change it from public to private.
Well, you want to save this, eh?
No, we just need to end it before you delete it. Otherwise, it'll be a loop and it'll be stuck. So click done. Okay, now, oh, it didn't let you save the changes. Why is that? You can't. Can you try clicking that save button? Will it let you?
I did, didn't I? Yeah.
Save.
Nope. Nope.
Yeah. Cannot save until errors are resolved. What errors? Okay. Try deleting. Click the delete. Click on those three dots. Look what you did, right?
Yeah. Delete.
Yeah, we don't want to delete because then it'll just be stuck. Left click. Okay, you see the word thanks? It's in the description. It's your word that you type, the word thanks.
Uh huh.
Yeah, just highlight it and delete it. Click backspace or whatever. It don't matter. Just
Okay,
click,
there you go.
just
Okay.
delete it. Yeah, yeah.
Delete it.
Delete it. Yep. No. Delete button on your keyboard.
Oh, that button. Okay. Doggone you.
Okay. And that didn't let you. Okay, scroll down further. Let's figure this out.
Why this thing didn't do what it's supposed to do?
So thumbnails, subtitles, end screen. Scroll down further. Scroll down further. You need to answer this question. Okay, click on that. No, it's not made for kids. Okay, now click save. All right, now hold on 1 second and let me confirm on my end that it is no longer. And we got Dennison now. Welcome, Dennison.
How you doing, Dennison?
We're
Anybody want
giving
to?
Rights a lesson here.
I'm being spanked. I've been called the dirty bastard.
Okay, it still says notify me, but we are able to change that. So now go ahead and click on the 3 dots and click delete. Okay, I understand. Yep, delete forever. Okay.
There. Good. Now we're back to normal.
Hopefully, let me refresh and see on this end. It's gone. It is gone. Okay.
Now we're
Good.
back.
Fixed. Okay. So
Out of here. There you go. All set.
perfect. All right. So maybe we should backtrack. And that was also on screen share to show how that got started when we were getting into that. So we were talking about how what happens a lot, quite frequently, and I'm getting better at this, but I'm constantly striving to hit the nail on the head as close as I possibly can. Just hammer it home as clear and as short and as concise as I can. Certain ideas and truths, try and get across to people. And there's certain things that come up, especially when we're on live, on panels and whatnot. And I find myself constantly almost in an echo chamber, hearing people say certain things, and it's constantly prompting me to think about responses to those things. And quite often, I have something that I brainstormed and I'm ready for and prepared for that. But there's still certain things that come up where no matter how prepared you are, spontaneously in the moment, it's not always as spot on as you wanted it to be or thought it would be. So sometimes the advantage of being in type chat or putting a comment gives you an advantage there to really think about it and try and hit home even better. So that's where this one message that I put to you on your second last video that you made, it was exactly that. There was something that you had put in the title that had prompted me in my half sleep state to take that opportunity to do exactly that, try and hit home. And if you want to go back on screen share, we have it ready to go.
I mean, I got to show people my mistakes.
Yeah, just keep your pants on. It's all good.
Okay. People don't hate me for this, please.
Too late.
There we go. Okay, let's go. That was which one was it? Was this one? No. This one. Right for no, it's got to be right for gets.
Yeah, it was on the forgets one.
There we go again.
That's hover over the Chrome tab, the Chrome button at the bottom.
Okay, is it in there?
Yeah, it's on the other side, the right side, middle.
Is that it? No.
Hover
Right
again.
for
That's the
gets.
wrong one. Hover on it again,
Okay.
and in the middle.
Ah,
Okay, and now go to the avatar on the top right. Your other right. That's okay. We can work from it there. It's the first video now, I think.
see, I was right. Oh, let me shut this thing off here. All right, everybody. There you go. Can we get your what happened to your comments?
You have to click on that sort by thing again because we're in incognito mode. It doesn't save it. Yeah, there you go. Okay. All right. So the thing that prompted me to post this message, maybe scroll down a bit too and open it up so you expand it so you can see the whole thing.
Do I have to?
Wrong one. My comment. Scroll down further.
Oh, your comments. Okay. Oh, you want your
Don't
comments?
hit back. Don't hit back. Yep.
No.
Scroll down.
Well,
There you go.
there you go.
Okay. Click read more. There you are. Perfect. Okay. So before I have you read this, because that's what I was going to get you to do, read it slow and with the intent to have it absorb and sink in with the idea that hopefully it will really hit home. Let me reiterate and elaborate on again specifically what it is that prompted me to write this message and why I think it's so fundamentally important to really understand what it is that I'm trying to get across here. If you scroll back up and you look at your first line of the description there. Okay. You put something, a line in your description, that very first one there. America is no longer going to be the land of the free. It's going to be the land of the slaves. This is one of those things, and there's quite a number of those things that when I hear something like that, it tells me right away that there's still fundamental understandings that have yet to be understood. And it's in my intention and in my best effort to bring awareness, to help bring you or whoever it is that I'm talking to out of this cognitive dissonance state and realize what it is that you're actually saying here. Because there's some hypocrisy, and that's part of the programming, part of the indoctrinated programming that's going on. And until that hypocrisy is really truly understood, there really isn't any chance of getting further out of the indoctrinative narrative and cognitive dissonance with that. So, and again, back to what you said there, America is going to be, is no longer going to be the land of the free and home of, what was it again? America is no longer going to be the land of the free, and it's going to instead be home of the slaves. Well, what you're missing here is the true picture. The true picture is that this whole thing called a country or a nation, which is nothing more than just a fictional construct in the imagination of men. That's the first thing to understand about that. It's an imaginary thing. There is no reality of a country. It's all just imaginary. Just go talk to your cat or your dog and say, what country are you? You know, I reckon if they look at you like baffled, like you got some rocks in your head, well, it's probably because you do, you know. So if if the rest of nature can't concur with what you're saying, there's your first clue that it's just in your imagination. And it's baffling to me. You know, it shouldn't really need that much overlook on it to understand that it's not that somebody just made it all up. And as weird as it sounds, there's millions and millions and billions upon people who are playing along with this made up fiction. That's the only real reality going on. It's not that there actually is countries and whatnot, but nonetheless, that's a separate thing in itself, as important as it is to understand that. More specifically, to address this specific statement here that you made, the word country and free do not fit together in a sentence as synonyms. There's no such, you can't have a free country, because of the very foundation of a country, right from the get-go, is the start of rules, the start of constriction, the start of limitation, the start of borders, the start of boundaries. As fictional as they might be, if you believe that they're actually something you need to obey and follow, you have now exited the default state of freedom and entered into the arena of free range. And those are very opposites. It's very important to understand that you don't confuse the two. You've got to understand the difference between free range and freedom. They're not the same thing. Free range means you have a limited ability to roam around, but it's all permission based. The moment you have an arena or an environment that is permission based, you no longer have a freedom arena. That's gone. So the idea that America is a free country, or any other country is a free country, is an oxymoron impossibility. It doesn't exist. There's no such thing as a free country. You cannot have a free country, because freedom means there's no permission. So, and countries are all based on, it's just another word for business or corporative constructual environment or operating structure. And it's all based on, you need permission to do this, you need permission to do that. So that's why it's very important to understand this. And that's a lot of people, they get caught up in this indoctrinative thing that we get taught in school. Well, the four founders created this country, this new country. They left the old society because they were fed up with these tyrannical, oppressive environments that were so constrictive and based on a king and a queen and a rulership. And so they set out to sea, and they navigated, and they found this new land, and they discovered it, and they decided, we're going to create a new nation and call it the land of the free. Well, you just lied. If you would have left it as is, you discovered this land or whatever it was, or even the land that you were on before, it doesn't matter, because, again, the whole rulership thing is all just imaginary. It's just men and women who imagine these rules, and then they perform actions based on those beliefs. But there's a reason why it's called belief. It's a belief. It's not real. You need to believe in it. If it was truth, you wouldn't need to believe in it. It would just be the truth in the raw. So, the idea that these forefathers, right, and they use these terms and these words intentionally to get your heartstrings to have, like, this idea in your brain, like these really intelligent, wise people, like 100 years ago, 140 years ago, whatever, they were really brave and strong, and they decided to break free and go start this new country. Well, what you're saying is, if they started a new country, is they left a plantation to start a new one. That's all. And okay, whether or not one nation has more or less rules than another, which is debatable, that's a totally debatable thing on itself, does not mean that you have a free country. Doesn't mean that it's freedom. And it's nothing to be proud of. The only thing at best that you might have between one fictionary nation to another is the amount of free range capacity that you have from one fictional nation to another. And they do that on purpose to give you the idea that you have an amount of freedom. But if you have to ask permission to do everything, you have to ask permission to drive, you have to ask permission to buy groceries with money, you have to ask permission to go to another nation. Sure, you can go, right? But only if we give you the permission to do so. And only for how long we give you the permission to do that. As soon as we revoke that, what do you got to do? Back home it is, just like a dog on a leash. That's not freedom. You can't have freedom and a country at the same time. It doesn't exist. It never did exist. It cannot exist. It doesn't exist now, and it will never exist. If in your mind you believe that you live in a country, you're already a slave, no matter what you do. If you believe in this thing, that there is such thing as a country and that you're living in a country environment, if you believe that, if you look around, and I'm not talking about the physical landmass type of country, I'm talking about nation type of country, right? It's just terminology, semantics. Those are synonyms. If you believe in this thing called a nation, you're already a slave. And then the stage is set for all the rest of the slavery-based patriotic rhetoric that they ingrained into your indoctrinative programming, such as your flag munching salutes, your anthems, your "we must go to war, we must fight for our liberties, we must fight to pay." Oh, our forefathers and so on and so forth. They went to war for our freedoms. No, they didn't. Nobody did. And it doesn't matter anyways, even if they did. Yesterday doesn't exist. That too is just an echo chamber existing in your imagination. The only thing that matters in reality is what's going on right now. And that's it. And so, of course, that's a bigger part of the indoctrinative process, is to get you to not focus on today, right? We don't want you to focus on that. Focus on all the things that history was foundationally based on, all the bullshit, you know. Focus on that and think about your future. If we don't do this, you know, if we don't rise up in 6 generations from now, what are our children going to think about us? Well, what do you give a shit for? You're going to be dead. You know, like, it makes no difference. No. If you want something to be improved in your life, you got to do it today. You got to do it now. Otherwise, you'll be stuck in waiting mode. And that's where we were talking about earlier as well, about this thing called faith. And where I said to you, faith is something for lazy people. It's another indoctrinative conditioning that gets people to be pacified and in a state of begging and hoping and anything but actually taking action for themselves and doing something more positive and beneficial for themselves today, right now in this moment. Anything but actually doing that, because the longer you can stay in a state of not taking action, the longer you stay in a state of oppressive slavery for the benefit of other people who will usurp your decision to be in a state of faith, hope, and trust instead of the present in action and making change for yourself. Responsibility. And that's really what it's all about. So that's the foundation of what enticed me to make this comment here. That's the foundation. And so now I'll turn it to you to actually read the comment.
Well, hold on.
And read it in the matter. Okay.
Hold on. Okay. Now, you see the description. what I put on there, how would you put it? The heading on it. I mean, you got to get it to where people understand. I mean, I already said it's a fake country, more or less. You know what I mean? But how would you put it in words where you don't use country, you don't use state, you don't use United States, America, whatever? How would you use it? Seriously.
Like I just did when I was explaining to you right now.
That America's
As
fake.
right. There is no such thing as America. That's it.
That's what I'm
That's
saying.
a
How would you put that? I mean, you can't just say, well, you can't say country. You know what I'm saying? You got to use some sort of word so they can relate to what you're saying.
yeah, in that case I would say you're fake nation. The word fake goes a long way because that's what it is. It's fake. It's made up, right?
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt about that. Yeah. But again, I'm
Yeah.
trying to
So
relate to people. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to,
yeah.
I know what you're saying. I believe me, I do. But I'm just trying to put it to words where these people understand what's going on. I don't.
Okay. Yeah, I get it. And so for the first thing for that is understand one thing. Until people that are listening or watching want to get it and understand, it won't matter which way you put it. So a lot of people are already gone before you even started, right? So let's not even that they're in the wash. Now, for the ones that remain, then you talk and address in the most accurate truth that you can possibly get semantically and whatnot. And it actually comes down to the way that you need to put it to yourself accurately in the most basic, truthful way that you possibly can. If you're going to make a statement such as, like, if you scroll back up there and you look at that line that you put,
There you go. What in the heck's going on here?
left click.
There we go. I pressed the wrong freaking button. All right.
Okay. America is no longer going to be the land of the free. This line here is an indication of two things. Number one, that you or the people you're addressing still believe that America is a reality. It doesn't address that America is not a real thing. That's the first thing. The second thing is no longer going to be the land of the free. Putting it that way, you're still making a claim that as if it again, if as if there ever or can be such a thing as a free country. So you have to come out of that yourself, and then you have to figure out, well, am I saying something that's truthful? You're not right now. You made a statement here that is absolutely outside of the realm of reality. There's no such thing, first of all, as a real America. And then the second thing is there's no such thing as a country that was ever the land of the free or ever will be. You
So what
can't
you're saying?
have a free country. Go ahead.
So what you're saying? I should just put down fake country and fake America is no longer here, or never was here.
Never was free. Yes. You have to bring to awareness why, like I'm doing to you right now, which means you have to truly understand yourself what it is that I'm saying. You have to understand that why is a country not real? You have to understand why can you not have freedom in a country? And why is there no such thing as freedom in a country? What's the difference between free range and freedom? Because without that understanding, you will never be able to come out of a state of indoctrinative repertoire in your own mind. And this is for everybody listening. And that's what it's all about. Slavery begins in the mind. It doesn't begin with all these things that you're performing. It begins in your own mind. If you have in your own mind and imagination falsification or beliefs that don't truly exist in reality, you're a slave. And you're also, without trying to be belligerent or condescending to anybody, you're a liar. You're a liar first and foremost to yourself. You're lying to yourself. Even if you don't know you're lying to yourself, it don't matter. You still are. In fact, if you don't know you are, that's really bad because you're in such a deep state of cognitive dissonance that you actually truly believe the lies. That's dangerous. That's really dangerous. So you have to slow down and really take a second look and objectively analyze and observe these narratives that have been put forth and ask the question, is this reality? Is this a fact? Is there such thing as a country? Is there such thing as a free country? Can there be such thing as a free country? You were told that it was a free country, but was it? Was it really? You were told that forefathers did these things, but did they? And does it really matter? Does it matter for today? So you got to come to terms with that. And when you do that, it'll what to convey to other people will be automatic for you because you'll just be talking truth as you understand it. So you have to understand the truth, and then you won't have to worry about what to say or what not to say, because truth doesn't need a figuring out of, in the sense of, it's the only thing you can do with that is how do I improve to make it more clear. But once you got the truth and you understand the truth, then it's just a matter of, okay, now how can I get better and better at putting it across. But even when you start out, even if it's a scenic route and it takes you a while to get it across, it'll get there, and nonetheless, it'll be still a statement of truth that is a statement of fact that nobody, anybody who tries to just be belligerent and come at a pissing match argument of 1 + 1 is 2. Well, if they don't even have enough sensibility to know how to count, that conversation was over before it started, wasn't it?
Oh, by far, yeah.
Yeah.
But
so,
go on.
So it's really about that. This is what I'm saying. It's about coming to terms with taking apart all the dirt and the muck of indoctrinative idea and understanding that what you think, realizing, it's about realizing what is going on in your mind, if it's reality or an indoctrinative belief or not, and then letting go of it as a belief, because you don't want to hold any beliefs. You don't need beliefs. Are for those who are willing to accept anything but factual truth. That's what a belief is. Belief is confirmation of truth without evidence. That's what that is, right? You know what that's a synonym for? A lie. Because you open up the foreground. You're willing to now accept lies. That's what a belief is. That's the foundation of a belief. So you got to start there, right? You got to stop the cycle of engaging in anything and allowing yourself to accept anything without accepting. There's one of two things in this realm. When you let go of anything of belief based, then there's only one of two things. You either know something, like 1 + 1 is 2, or you don't know. That's it. And you stand firmly in that. And if you start there and that's your foundation, you have the beginnings of somebody who is in the right direction of truth and honesty, and in a solid foundation to be able to grow and realize the bigger picture of what's really going on as well. One last thing. A lot of your focus, and this is the same with a lot of people in their own believed nations, is very locally country specific. And that's because they're still hanging on to the ties of their nation. They still believe in their heartstrings that they're an American, or they're in what is it in the UK? They're a British, right? They still actually believe that in their mind, even if it's not as much as before. It's still a little bit. They still identify. You got to stop. You got to stop having any identification with anything that's fictional. You're not American. There's no such thing, right? There's no such thing as American. There's no such thing as British. There's no such thing as Australian. That is all somebody's idea in their imagination. They made it up, and then they schooled you to think that you were. And it's hard to maybe not see anything else because you have millions of other people, just like with Santa Claus, participating in this made up lie. But if you can see, at least start from there, maybe, that millions of people participated in Santa Claus, one of the grandest of all conspiracies. The Tooth Bunny, the Tooth Bunny, the the Tooth Fairy, the Easter Bunny, right? And this is to children. Right after you tell them what? Right after you tell them, don't lie. That's the first thing you try and teach your children, right? Is to be good, a good person, and don't lie. Lying is really bad. And then right around right on the other side of the day there, millions of people all at the same time participate in a lie, all together every year. That's crazy. That's crazy. And, this is why people are so confused. So it's up to each individual to take a step back, put the brakes on, and say, wait a second here. Wait a second here. Start recognizing all the hypocrisies. And how do you do that? You have to question it all. You have to start by questioning it all. Stop just accepting it. Stop accepting what you were told and what you believe in. Question what you believe in. Americanism, patriotism, all these things. Is there, right to the root? I'm not just talking about the practice of it. I'm talking about, is there even such a thing in reality? Is there such thing as an America? Or is that just somebody's, made up thing that they got a bunch of people to believe so that they would think that they're part of a gang, that they wouldn't realize that, they were being played as a pawn so that they can be divided amongst other people for the benefit of other people who are pulling the puppet strings. And that's the real reality that's going on. There is no America. There is no nation. There's none of that. It's just millions of people, just like Santa Claus, okay? Just like Santa Claus. So, it shouldn't be a far-fetched question to think, what do you mean there is an America? That's a conspiracy theory. That's impossible. Millions of people wouldn't be doing that. Well, millions of people wouldn't be doing that, but they do that about Santa Claus to millions of children every year. Okay. Bullshit, they couldn't do that. Especially when they don't know any better. And the Easter Bunny and the Halloween and the this and that. It's just constant. All of these things are practiced rituals. And as I was explaining to you earlier, you get good at everything you practice, no matter what it is in life, right? Positive, negative, you get good at it. And if our anatomical brain and way of functioning is based on repetition, which it is, then whatever you repeat becomes the thing that you practice and get good at. And that's how hypnosis works. So every time this is why you got to be very meticulous about everything that you say and think, because every time you make a choice, it's an action, conscious or not, that you're practicing and engraving into your psyche. And so if that thing that you're practicing and engraving in your psyche and propagating when you're speaking about it is not truthful, whether you're aware of that or not, doesn't matter. It's still at your own detriment. And you're doing it to yourself. That responsibility falls and rests on you and you alone to make sure that you are completely standing holistically in truth and nothing but the truth, so help you, God doesn't exist.
Well, you know how I feel about the government. You know I don't believe in government. I don't believe it. My problem is I have to somehow relate it in words, which I'm having a hard time doing, to relate to other people out there. You know what I mean? Because you know how much I hate government. Government ain't worth a shit. There's no such thing as government. All they are is authoritarian, Satanism,
Well,
mafia
let's
thing,
let's
Nazi
even
people.
let's even start with that. Okay, the last word you said was correct. Okay, that we can start with that. Okay, it's a very great place to start. So, government is simply again just this fictional constructual concept in the mind. But if we look in reality to see what is it, literally in its most basic form, what is it in reality? What is government?
Tyranny, force, a gang member.
It's a gang, sure. And what is a gang? If you break down a gang into what are the components of a gang? What do you need?
Power, money, coercion,
What do you need more fundamentally than that?
people.
People. People. That's what you have in reality. People that have these ideas in their head. That's it. And performing actions based on those ideas that are in their head. That's all. That's what you have in reality. If you were to look at this drama going on through a cat's eyes or a dog's eyes, that's all you would see. You would see a bunch of animals. You wouldn't know what they were called, but just other life forms that don't look like your fur construct. They look a little different, but they're walking around and they're kind of crazy, doing weird things to each other. That's what you would see. It's people with ideas in their head performing actions based on the ideas that are in their head that they believe. That's what government is, and that's what most people are doing in their lives. That's the reality, the basic fundamental reality of what's truly going on. Now, that gets elaborated and exaggerated into all kinds of different directions, different faiths, different political views, different indoctrinations, right? Tons of them. Sky's the limit. And part of the distractionary remedy that is set out in the indoctrinative view is for the people who can start to see and realize that is to play the blame game and continuously point anywhere but the self to take responsibility for the action. And that's what religion is all about. Point the finger over there. It's this person's fault. Forget responsibility. If we can have somebody to point the blame at, we will always have an excuse why nothing ever gets resolved. Because the truth of the matter is there is no true problem. There isn't. There is no problem. There is only people who believe in these ideas and performing functions based on those beliefs. That would be the only actual problem that there is people are walking around in la la land. They're delusional. And that's the conundrum of being delusional or being in a state of hypnosis is how do you know you're delusional when you're delusional? If you were delusional, right, so would you know it?
No, I wouldn't know it.
Here's the question. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Are you delusional?
I don't know. How would I know that?
How would you know, right? That's the conundrum. Well, question that, right? Turn within to yourself and ask yourself, am I delusional about this? Am I truly in full truth? When you're at base reality of truth, well, then again, there's only one of two actual truths that can be present. Either you know something, 1+1 is 2. I got two apples, one in the left hand, one in the right. Let's not get into philosophies, right? A lot of people like to do that. And again, that's part of the indoctrination, to be distracted about that. And again, if we don't even know how to count in its basic form, we're outside of, it's over before it started. But if we can at least have that common denominator of basic sense, okay, we either know something as basic as that, or we don't know. And if we don't know, then the only possible answer in truth would be to state exactly that. I don't know. I don't know what the truth is. And that's how you remain in truth.
Well, being as old as I am, I know that something's wrong, and the big part of it is the people running the show, the fake government, and the people have been brainwashed like I have for so many years
Right.
for democracy and freedom, which was
R-
one of the biggest bullshit lies I've ever heard in my life.
Right.
And it just, I cannot believe, and even though I write it wrong, I still cannot believe that people don't understand what's going on. It just chills the shit out of me that they can't see what I see. And knowing that there's something wrong, and they still believe that the government's going to fix it. And they're not going to. They never will.
Right. Because there's nothing to fix.
No, what I'm saying is the people want it not the way the government wants it. They want it the way the people want it.
That's
We
right.
the people.
They're caught up in this idea that there's something to fix.
Right. Exactly.
That's the root of the problem, you see? And so that's the foundation of the root of the problem. And then to further the root of the problem is they point the finger in all the directions that they think should fix that problem, instead of realizing that their idea that there is a problem is the only true problem. That's how indoctrination works. And on it goes. It's just a tangent. It's a delusional tangent that people are on. It's a soap opera. And it's so rampant that it's actually the state of all pop culture when you really look at it.
Well, what our leaders are doing, and I'm saying leaders just to tell people what they are, they're doing it purposely. This is what they want.
Yeah.
This it's not broken for them. It's just broken for the people who believe in it.
Well, what you just stated there for a second is, let me ask you to go further and question that. You said it's not broken for them. Are you sure?
Yeah, it's not broken. I mean, this is
How sure are you? Would you would
positive.
you put your would you put your
Yeah,
life on that?
yeah.
You
I
got
mean,
work to do as far as truth goes. You got work to do still as far as realizing the whole picture here of what's going on. And
well, go
we've
on.
had many conversations about that previously, but I think this is getting greatly to the right areas that aren't sticking. So let's go deeper
Okay,
and actually look at that outlook on their side of the fence and try and look at it through their eyes, and take a second look and ask that same question. Is it really not broken for them?
oh, why would it? They're the ones that are making the, how would you say it? The commands, demands on us. So it's got to be what they want.
Uh-huh.
And this is what they wanted all the
if
time.
I'm
Slaves.
if I'm live if I'm living a life where I need a slave for my well-being, am I in a state of freedom, or am I in a state of even more dependency?
More dependency.
Is that not broken?
I don't.
And if my dependency is also on dependent on individuals who, it's such a fragile state where uh my dependency gets fulfilled only on the thin layer that the people that I'm dependent on, my slaves, continue to believe that they actually have an obligation to obey me. That's my foundation of security. All it
For
takes is one little thing, and people are no longer my servant. That could go at any given time.
but when all I see is indoctrination. into these
Yes.
people that they're becoming
Is
slaves.
is a is a slave owner or master not indoctrinated?
Yeah, I would say yeah. He's indoctrinated, but how high up though?
Show me where they wouldn't be.
No, I'm saying how high up would they be indoctrinated? In other words, we're indoctrinated.
Uh-huh.
Okay, how is it that they're more indoctrinated into doing what they're doing to us?
Well, if
For
you're
us to
the
believe.
indoctrinated ones and my security and livelihood is dependent on your obedience to me and you're the indoctrinated ones, aren't I the one who's really up shit's creek here if I'm dependent on that level of indoctrination? I got to be even deeper indoctrination if I think that you're the one who's going to be the foundation that I can rely on and trust. I'm counting on your ignorance, not a very solid foundation to stand on. And yes, it's proven that ignorance goes far, but look at all the effort I have to expend to keep you in ignorance. Look at the vast amounts of resources I have to put in the energy to make sure that you stay in an ignorant state just so what? You can do my fucking dirty laundry.
Mhm.
Not a very smart trade-off when I could just relax and enjoy the workings of nature like I do. Both sides of the fence are just as indoctrinated. And guess what? The elites are pointing the finger at the dumb class, and the dumb class is pointing the finger at elites. It's dumb and dumber is all it is. Both sides are pointing the finger at both sides, saying you're the culprit, you're the fault, you're the dumb class, you're just a useless eater, and all you want is handouts from us all the time. And then the dumb class says you just want to extort our money and our tax from us all the time. And both sides are just playing the fucking narrative game against each other instead of realizing the truth that wait a second, why are we charging each other to live? Why don't we just stop doing that and start cooperating with each other? And nobody's a slave and nobody's a master and nobody's indoctrinated. Nobody's in cognitive dissonance. You can't be in the land of, reality. You can't be in two boats at the same time going in different directions here. You're either in or out. And it doesn't matter what side of the cognitive dissonance slavery boat you're on, okay? Even at the top of the boat with a crown on, oh, look at me, I'm a queen, I have jewels. You're still on the boat of slavery and ignorance. Doesn't matter what position. And maybe it might feel a little bit less like, yeah, you don't have as much labor to do up there, but you're still dependent and you're relying on all the slaves for your well-being. Wow, congratulations. Aren't you a muppet and a half? And of course, if you're an egotistical narcissist, you'll love that for a while, but uh, it's all fake and insecure narcissistic ways. That does not give you any comfort or security. It's superficial. That's what I'm trying to say. It's all superficial. You don't get any true solace and comfort and security in this way of life. What you get is a facade, a bunch of useless lemmings that can't see past their own ignorance of their nose and delusions that are worshiping you, calling you, "Oh, we love you, queen. We love you, rock star." Blah blah blah, and you think that that is something to behold as worthy of something. A
As
bunch
a
of
god,
lemmings that
as a god,
right.
yeah.
Right, that can't see, these people who are ignorant and they look at you as a god and you think that that is something to be proud of. They're more enslaved than anybody if they really are relying on that superficial dopamine rush to get their high for the day. Try being in those shoes. I would rather be, if I had to choose between one or the other, I would in a heartbeat choose lemming status. No question about that. But as a lemming, you'll never see that because it always looks like these people, the grass is greener on the other side, right? It looks like these people have more of this and more of that. But the truth is, nobody has more of anything than anybody else as far as ownership goes, because that's all a belief. It's all just people pretending. All there is in truth, if you really want to get to the brass tacks, raw truth of things in the default, there's land, there's water, there's air, there's resources, there's animals, and there's people all sharing it at the same time.
Oh,
That's it.
Oh, JH556, how you doing there? Okay, come on.
Morning, folks. Morning, everyone in chat. We got Von Erich with us. Dennison, if you're still with us.
Von Erich's here?
Yeah, he put a couple messages in there.
Maybe I should open up the link and see if they want to come on up as well.
Sure, if you want.
Von Erich, you want to come on up? GH556. Who else is on here? Hold on there, I'll be with you. Dennison, you want to come up? I'll just put the link up. Hold on here. Just if they want to come on up, they can discuss this with us.
Be sure to, before open panel, finish the reading of that post, if you will.
Can I say something?
Let's see if
I don't like you.
Yeah. That's how I know I'm getting somewhere. Right? Because again, the idea is to break the spell so that this is the only objective here is to see if we could have this be understood the way it needs to be understood. That's it. Nothing more and nothing less.
All right, guys, get the paddles. Here we go. Let's see if I can read this. I got to get better glasses. I still haven't got them yet. Okay. It never was the land of the free. Always was, is, and will be home of the slaves. This is true. I agree with you there. Septism and nationalism is a big fat...
Statism. That was the first word.
Oh,
statism and nationalism.
Is a big fat psyop. The biggest scam that only exists in the imagination.
Do you understand what that means? Statism and nationalism is just a big fat psyop.
Con job.
It's just a made up fiction.
Well, okay, yeah, I call it. Okay. It's even better.
It's not real. It's fake. It's a fraud. Somebody made it up and other people believe it. That's all it is.
When are people going to wake up, though?
When are you going to wake up?
I have woken up. I'm trying my best here. I'm just bad with words.
It's an individual thing. I'm answering your question, you see. It's an individual thing that everybody's on their own walkabout. When you will wake up when you decide to wake up. Johnny will wake up when he decides to wake up. I wake up when I decide to wake up. The idea, having this question, when are other people in masses going to wake up or anything along those lines, is exactly part of the indoctrination to get you to be hopeful and wait. You don't need other people to wake up. You don't. You're responsible for you. You're not responsible for every other blade of grass. Now, that being said, as you take responsibility and focus on you, you get the extra benefit of showcasing to other people as well, and anybody else who might be interested, and reciprocate exactly what's going on here. The facilitation with me and you can happen with other people as well, but it starts with you first.
Which I'm trying to do right now, as you already know.
That's right.
But so am I stumbling.
That's how it goes. You are learning how to crawl, right? Maybe for the first time in life when it comes to this. Right? You can't expect to jump up and sprint a marathon when you're not even you don't know how to jog yet. You know, you got to learn how to do this, and it takes time and practice. Again, back to that practice thing. And you're not starting at ground zero, right? You're starting at deep indoctrination. You need to undo all of that, then be at ground zero. And then as you're doing that, replace it with truth and reality. That doesn't happen overnight. That takes time. We're 2 years into this now, and we've gone very far. We've come monstrous ways, but it's at your own pace. And that's why I only go at your own pace. You know, can you imagine if this discussion right now we were having a year and a half ago? You would have slapped me silly. You would have been absolutely, you would have felt attacked, you know?
Yeah. No, that's true.
Right?
No, what you're saying is true. Yeah, because I was really indoctrinated.
Right.
I believed.
Right.
No,
Yes.
you're right. I would have. I mean, I went in the military because I believed in it so much. You know.
Right. So to be able to be at this stage here, like I'm really being very, very bold and blunt, no holds barred with this at this point, and there's not resistance coming from a place of trying to hold on to beliefs anymore. We've passed that, so that enables me to be able to say, without restriction, cold hard truth, no holds barred. That's an achievement. Now, that being said, just because we're at that place doesn't mean you still don't have indoctrinated beliefs that you have to finish working out. And that's what we're doing right now at this moment. And you're asking the right questions. Well, when is other people going to wake up? And I'm giving you the answer. The only question about it is whether or not you'll recognize that the answer is about you. Because the question was also about you. When are people going to wake up? What you're asking, when am I going to wake up? Because the very idea to ask when are other people going to wake up means you still have more waking up to do. Otherwise, you would know when other people are going to wake up. They wake up when they decide to wake up. That's the answer. You will wake up when you decide to wake up too. That's the answer. It's a process, right?
Yeah.
And it's happening with you specifically right before our eyes and everybody else's eyes. It's a process. Why is it happening with you and not so much with other people? Only one simple thing. You want it to.
Oh yeah,
That's it.
I do. Yeah, I do. You're right about that.
You're interested to understand and know what's going on. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
But just because you're interested doesn't mean that Johnny down the street is. They get to decide if they blow off the truth or not, live in a state of cognitive dissonance and lie if they so wish. Just because you want the truth doesn't mean everybody around you does. That might be a tough pill to swallow because it's like, wait, what do you mean? Shouldn't we all want the truth? Well, guess what? A lot of people still want Santa Claus, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
It's no different. Santa Claus is a very nice pacification. You get to have presents. You get to have cake. You get to have candy. You get to have goodies for 2 weeks and guilt-free. Isn't that great? Look what we get to. We get to have festivities. Shamelessly. Get to eat candy canes all day long if you want. Don't worry about diabetes. No. Sugar cane sticks, but red and white ones. Oh yeah, don't forget to salute the flag. It's all intertwined together. The lies. That's the root of indoctrination. You don't need to indoctrinate people with truth. With truth, you just tell the truth. When I say 1 + 1 is 2, here's one apple on the left, one apple is the right. You can see 1 + 1 is 2. No indoctrination happened. It was a confirmation. Yeah, I could see 1 + 1. I could see 2 apples in your hands. I can hold them. I can touch them. I didn't need to convince you. There's no belief. But if I say there's a third apple in my pants in the back,
I ain't
but you
touching it.
can't see it. You have to believe that it's there, and then I walk out the door. Well, now it's up to you if you're going to believe that or not. Now we're starting the realm of indoctrination. So until you see it, don't believe it.
Yeah, but there's shit happening all over the place purposely. And
Well,
that's why
yeah, again,
it just bothers the shit out of me. People can't see it.
well, let's just look
Yeah.
at Santa. I understand. Let's just look at Santa Claus again as an example. How much of a same thing is going on with just that you just said? Every single year, millions, but hundreds of millions of people participating in a grand lie conspiracy against children after they just finished instilling in their brain, don't lie. But they do it without question. And in fact, if you try and question and challenge people doing that, what do you get as a response? If you went up to a bunch of Christians or people who really just love their Christmas holiday and whatnot, you went up and you said, hey, you might want to reconsider doing this because, you know, it's all foundationally based on a lie and might actually be harming people and so on and so forth. What kind of response are you going to get to those from those
Oh, I'm
people?
going to get booed. I'm going to get holy water on me and probably get burned at the stake.
Right. Because those people are not interested in the truth. They're interested in their delusional lie of pacification and indoctrination. That temporary, superficial bout of comfort to pacify that their lives are based on a shameful lie.
You just said what I was going to ask you. You already said it. Okay.
And you can't fix stupid, and you can't teach the ignorant. You can only teach the willing. That's why it's not wise for you to have any hope in anything at all, especially when it comes to other people and their choices in life. You don't need hope. You don't. Hope is for lazy people. The only thing you need in life is wisdom. The know-how to function with nature, to take care of yourself, be self-reliant, self-sufficient, to know how to cooperate with others who want to do those. Do the same thing. That's all you need. The rest is just bullshit, distractionary waste of time. That keeps you distracted from those very things that I just said. That's it. That's all that you need to know. It's so basic and so simple in its foundationary level. Yes, it takes a lot to retrain and reprogram and relearn, especially when you've gone through 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years of indoctrinative distraction that you've practiced and got very, very good at to keep you from exactly that for so long. You have to redo those habitual ways over with things that are healthy. So, of course, it can be a struggle at times, you know, but it's all about how much you yourself are committed to yourself to being nothing but the truth and the whole truth and walking the path of that, no holds barred, without exception. And that's the foundation for being awake. Regardless of how many other people around you are on that path or not. That should not matter to you. If it matters to you, you have this idea that it should be some other way. You're believing something other than reality. That means you still have work to do. Until you're at peace, and you can't fake being at peace with reality in the way that it is, because you know that it's all perfect. Not believe it's all perfect, but you understand that it's perfect and know why it's perfect. You'll continue to be in a state of torment until you work that out. So that's why it's so important to have this conversation, to understand and realize that, so that you can let go of the things that are withholding you from being at peace about it. Forgive the situations, because the situations are not in your hands. They're not. Everybody, there's billions of people and billions of animals and billions of microbes. Can you imagine if you were responsible for even a fraction of a percent of that?
Well, the problem with that, and I understand what you're saying, and you're right, but the problem is that I'm trying to help as many people as I can, because I know when this shit hits the fan, I'm going to be setting my switch off and saying to hell with everybody because I gave them a chance.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Because I can do that. I know I can. I've done it
Yes.
before. You know, being a
And
nice guy right now, but I'm going to be an asshole when this shit hits. And I will be an asshole. Trust me.
you know what? Um, it's a tough love situation, right? You can't be nice to idiots when they want to sit there play volleyball when there's a tsunami 2 feet at shore. You have one option: get the hell off the shore, yell it out loud, and then you get the hell off the shore. Don't wait for nobody, and only pull up anybody who wants to come up with you if you have it within your means to do so. That's it. Otherwise, you get dragged in and sucked under by your feet with the volleyball players under the tsunami. You're gone. That's it. You have to be at peace with the fact that people have chosen a lot of this stuff that's going on. People have chosen this. People have chosen to walk the path of lies and deceits for a long time and chosen their capitalistic corporate ways. And at some point, nature just pulls back by design. And when you stick your hand to an element too close for too long, your hand starts to get burned and scorched. That's nature. That's attrition taking its course.
Hold on. Hold on, Nude,
Sure,
for a minute. I'm going to get these guys up here. So they're just, hold on. And we'll talk some
sure.
more. We're not done yet. I know we're not.
Okay. We
Yeah.
got some in the basement.
No, I'm going to get somebody up here. I see them
Okay.
talking, and they're waiting for, I know.
Oh, they're waiting for the link still.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll let you do that then.
Whoever wants to come on up and save me. I mean, we'll talk about it. Let me get back to this. Hold on. Now, where was I now? I got to get back.
Or right. So like I'm in the fucking hot seat against the grain from everybody, and
And nobody's
no,
there with me. Hold on there.
no. These you see, these are beautiful opportunities to have these conversations, to say the things that nobody else either recognizes, it seems, or wants to have the conversation. They're too afraid of saying it or hearing it. I'm here to do those things. I'm here to say those things that people are too afraid to say or hear without holding back. As far as I'm given the breathing room to do so, for the benefit of the potential that something might be understood and realized. If it's not today, maybe it's tomorrow. It doesn't matter to me. Just because that potential is there, I will continue to do this till the day that I die. Not with hope, but because I know the value from experience, that because other people did that before my time, helped me fast track the process for me to wake up. Whereas if they didn't do that, you never know. I may not be able to, I may still be in some confusion land, ignorance, and not be able to have these conversations with anybody right now.
Now, these people that you talk to change the subject just for a minute, did they recognize what you wanted to learn too? Or it just happened
Yes.
that you wanted to learn?
Yeah, and it's from various different sources, of course, tons of them, right? Over years of research, meeting different people, being on expeditions, traveling and meeting people who don't live in the corporate world, all kinds of different sources, and quite many of them as well. Not even direct person-to-person contact, just information that people put either online or pamphlets, books, or whatever that may not even be alive right now, that just did that with the knowing that somebody might pick up that wisdom and information for their own benefit at some point. So there's many people who have done that that I've never met or talked to personally that gave me a great wisdom, you know? But yeah, the ones that I directly talked to, certainly at the time, especially answered questions because I was inquiring. I was interested. They identified that I was interested and had the inclination to recognize that. Same thing for you.
Yeah, you recognized me.
Right. And that's how the process goes, right? Those people, same thing. They would tend to not waste time on people who aren't sincere for a lot of, and that's a wise thing to do, right? Like for a number of obvious common sense reasons. One being time is a commodity that we don't have the luxury of an unlimited amount of. And the amount that we do have at best isn't even that long, maybe 100 years, maybe, and also our true focus in life primarily is not to be endeavoring in distractions. There's a reason why it's called distraction. What are we being distracted of? And maybe the thing that we're being distracted of or from should be the thing that we're actually really focused on, because you can never buy a second back, can you?
No, you can't.
And if you could, what price tag would you put on a second?
Oh, wow.
That would be accurate. That would actually represent how valuable a second is.
Everything I'd have, I would say.
Priceless.
Mm-hmm.
There is no value you could put it on. It's a divine commodity, right? That's like asking what price tag could you put on a breath? But it's the most fundamental. Go ahead. Sorry.
Did you say breast?
Oh, well, that's a whole nother price tag. Ask Barbara.
Well, also, I didn't quite hear. Okay.
No, I said I said breath.
Oh, breath. Okay,
Breath.
I was way off. Okay, sorry.
What price tag could you put on one breath of yours?
That would be priceless too.
Absolutely, right? Especially when you're starting to lose it at the end of your rope there,
Yeah. Yeah.
And yet these priceless, most fundamentally important things are the last things people actually even give two thoughts about. Totally dismiss, like spitting on the face of in arrogance, right, of divinity. Totally just like in ignorance of that, and just totally in denial and dismissive distractionary states, as if any of that actually matters, and getting wrapped up in all kinds of egotistical endeavors that perpetuate to such deep degrees of this nonsense as adults. I call this not that I coined the term or anything, but if the shoe fits, arrested development.
Can you explain yourself a little more about that? Arrested? I don't quite understand.
Well, because you were indoctrinated, and people are indoctrinated from an early age to focus on distractionary things, it came at the demise of your natural divine potential and development. So your actual development that was supposed to happen, as far as potential wise goes, if you were to have been free roaming in the wild and doing what your instincts were left to tell you to do, eating proper foods that weren't tainted and so on and so forth, your the result of that would be very different than the product that you get from living in a free range constricted area where you're given synthetic food and told to believe certain things that constrict your ability to think for yourself. So your development has been arrested. It's been hindered. It's a synonym for hindered. And you haven't been able to achieve or realize what was meant to be by default because of that hindrance.
So, in other words,
And that's
basically,
all of the. Go ahead.
basically what you're saying is if we didn't have all these chemicals and everything else, we'd have a clearer head to understand what's going on. That's indoctrination.
Yes. Yes. And not just the chemicals, but the schooling. It's the opposite of education, right? So you've been contaminated in the food, in the air, in the water, in the mind with indoctrination schooling. That's toxic, synthetic, synthetic toxicity as well for the mind, which affects right down to your cells, the rest of your physical body and everything holistically. All of that, it all connects.
Wow.
So the product of the corporate slave, okay, is so far away from the product of a feral human being. It's unfathomable. And the feral can see what the indoctrinated slave can't see. They can see what they don't know, but not the other way around. And I've managed to experience a degree of that by rewilding myself, by getting out there and experiencing what should have been experienced, what was meant to be experienced. But I'm far from finished. I'm still like you, I'm still, as far as I've gotten, it might be crazy to think that I'm still scratching the tip of the iceberg. I got a long ways to go. I still function, even our language, the fact that we're communicating, that every word that we speak to each other is a part of our indoctrination. And so the conundrum here, I'm using the indoctrinated words to tell you you're indoctrinated. How crazy is that?
Never thought about it that way. Honestly. What really throws me off, and you're right about that, and if I'm wrong, you tell me, that the day we were born is the day we had a contract with the devil, the government. Is this what it boils down to? With a name, social security number?
Um, that's not what it boils down to. That's just a part of the construct of the corporate world and how it functions.
Yeah, but if we didn't have that as a child, with a name, birth date, footprint.
See, those things don't truly exist. Again, those are just beliefs in the imagination. So you actually don't truly have that. What you have is people believing that you have that. And that's where the problem is.
Yeah, but is that some sort of like a contract saying that, yeah, I'm going to be a good little boy and will listen to the government's lies and
A
bullshit?
contract. What are the requirements of a contract? Let's even look at contract and ask: is there such thing as a contract? Does that actually exist?
Well, it takes two people to agree to sign papers, sometimes
So
from a third party.
so a contract is what? What are the components of a contract then?
Words stating what you want. What
Fundamentally, just on its very basic level.
agreement?
Agreement. It's a synonym for agreement. That's all. And this is why you'll hear me say many times, you either have an agreement or you have slavery. You either have consent. Contract requires agreement, which is a synonym for consent. Two or more people consenting or agreeing to something. That's a contract. That's all. So you either have that. Another word for it is cooperate. You got two or more people that are cooperating with each other. Same thing. That's a contract. Like you and I right now, at this very moment, we're cooperating. We're in a contract. We're contracting with each other to have this conversation, to be here. And we're doing it of our own merit. Nobody's forcing us to do this at this very moment, are they? And we're free to leave at any time. All I have to do is click an X button. Same for you. So we're cooperating. The moment that changes to a forceful situation, It's no longer an agreement or a consent or a contract. Those are the two narratives that can go on. It's not a false dichotomy either. It's a reality. You either got consent or you got slavery. You have me agreeing with you and you agreeing with me, or if I don't like that you're not agreeing with me, the moment I try and impose cooperation from you is no longer consent. If I try and force you to cooperate with me, for whatever reason I decide, I'm now outside of the realm of freedom. I now am trying to make you my bitch, trying to make you a slave to whatever it is that I want you to think, participate in, whatever. And whatever lengths I go is the depths of slavery. If you don't do this, well, I might even kill you. So you better do that. And fear is a huge element of that, right? So that's all it is. So at birth, you're not born with any obligation of any sort. You have no actual contractual obligation to anybody, and at any time there is a contractual thing going on. By default, there is no such thing as an obligation that stays for any amount of time. Just because it's on paper, it don't matter. If that was the case, I wouldn't be able to change my mind on something once I committed to it. But I can, can't I? I can commit to something and I can change my mind and withdraw my consent at any time I want. It doesn't matter if it's on paper or not. Because nature doesn't go along with these superficial constructs that man makes up in its imagination. It doesn't change just because the imagination. The only thing that changes is the actions that are performed by people because they have these beliefs. That's all. So when you're born, you're not born a slave even with a social contract. It don't matter. But if you believe in that, if you think otherwise, it's over. That's all it takes. Because now, even without your awareness, you are consenting to your slavery.
And that's why the best thing is to go to nature to get rid of the, how would I say this? To get rid of the bullies, the ones that are going to tell you, no, you can't leave. You got to listen to us, or you go to jail.
Yeah. To succeed throwing your power away. Because that's what you're doing. The more you refrain from doing exactly that, the more you refrain from taking responsibility to do what you are responsible for already and trading it for dependency. And dependency is another synonym for slave. False sense of security will protect you in this nation. We'll make sure the boogeyman, the terrorists, don't come and attack you at night. That's a wolf in sheep's clothing talking there. Protect me from who? You're the fucking terrorist. Because I don't have an option in your world. If I say, no, I don't want that protection, what do you do to me? You become the thing I need protecting from. That's slavery.
Man, did you hit that in the head? Wow. You hit a home run on that one. You're right.
Da, 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 da.
You sure? Yeah, you hit that. Yeah, they are the enemy.
They're the enemy, but if you believe in it, you're your own enemy worse. You're enemy number one. You're enemy to the state, not the state of others, but the state of mind. State meaning out of touch of reality in your own mind, in your head upstairs. That's why you got to get that right. You got to get straight 100% holistically, straight as a fucking arrow. No exceptions. Upstairs first, holistically with self first. Know thyself. That's why they say that. That's so fundamentally important. What we're really saying is know thyself, know the truth, know ourselves by truth. Let go of anything. If you let go of everything you think you know, everything you believe, let it all go. The only thing that is possible to remain is the truth. And that's where it starts. That's how you can find the truth. That's how you can start finding. I guess I'm lucky in a way where I have a head start on most people. You being no exception, right? Because I never accepted the indoctrination like most people did. So I don't have all that garbage on my palate. I never embraced the belief. I challenged it all the way, as we were laughing and talking about before we started this panel. I got scolded and thorned and, hung on the cross for questioning and challenging that at the ripe old bearded age of kindergarten. I started at that time and then never stopped, So for me, not as challenging, fair game to say. Still challenging though. I still had a lot of undoing to do because even though I, ignored most of it, I still grew up in the environment of indoctrinated people, learning indoctrinated ways, using dish soap and thinking that's clean, using toxic chemicals and thinking that's clean, not thinking that, my parents would never do something that was harmful to me. They're raising me because they love me. So why would I think to question that? Boy, did I find out I have every responsibility obligatory to question that because I realized my parents are fucking airheads and I'm living around a bunch of fucking dummies who don't realize that they're fucking dummies. Holy shit. Am I a dummy? I better stop being a dummy and thinking that these people know anything and are smart. They're not. They're stupid. They're idiots. Not to be belligerent or condescending or insultive. Just cold, hard, factual truth. I'm surrounded by ignorant fools who don't realize they are. I better not put any stock into any of these people, and I better realize that the only person who has any real responsibility for myself, my health, my well-being is me. And if that's the case, I better not believe what any other fool might think and tell me, especially when we've got a constructual foundational arena where the motivation behind saying something is completely against the motivation for saying the truth. Profit. So I've been questioning everything for the longest time, and that's what led me to discover all these things that I'm talking to you so much about, for all this time. And all I'm doing is reconveying the wisdom of the revelations, right? The revelations and epiphanies that I have, the discoveries that I have throughout this process that I've been doing for so long, so that you have a better understanding of how to not only take care of yourself, but not be harmed and fooled by the bullshit and anybody else who might be listening of other people's stupidity and ignorance. Because there's a lot of ignorant fool bullshit going around at any given time.
Oh my God, is there just constantly now?
It's a constant cesspool of it all day long. It's a full course meal 24/7 if you want, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's nobody's responsibility to not get scorched by that, but our own.
Well, I'll say one thing, even though I might be old, and I'm not, like I said, I knew something was wrong. I just couldn't, but at least I know the facts now, and I'm getting to know more. And I
That's right.
appreciate that, I do. I can pass it on to my kids.
Of course. And it'll be an ongoing process, as it'll never stop. Let me tell you that. The rabbit hole. Um, I still might only be looking at the entrance. Let's put it that way. After all this time, it seems that way, and I'm perfectly fine with that. It's a beautiful process of discovery. I'm so relieved to know that things aren't actually the way that people believe they are. Holy fuck! Can you imagine if all these things that people believe in were actually the truth? Boy, would we be screwed. Thank God they're all a lie and bullshit, and I don't have to, embrace the bullshit. I can. There's a beautiful other reality going on here at the same time. I've embraced that. And boy, let me tell you, the results of what happens when you embrace that is the reality is so far superior than the dream ever could carry you to think. The American dream, the patriotic dream, the Canadian dream, the national dream, the corporate dream. It's a grain of sand in comparison to the universe on the other side. I wouldn't trade that off for anything. What a trade it is. Oh, capitalism, though, it brought me my house and my family and everything. And I'm so grateful for it. Boy, are you indoctrinated if that rhetoric comes out of your trap. Boy, are you missing the big picture. Boy, are you missing the truth and the reality of what nature is for us to access and has offered us on a day in and day out basis. Because of your belief, and this is why I use the identification thing. When you believe, what you're doing is you're creating a false reality or personifying or falsifying. Another way of putting that is identifying, which broken down is putting a dent in your eye. The more you identify with personification, the more you dent your eye from seeing truth and reality. That is man's greatest sin. You can't get a bigger sin than living in the grandest of all lies. That's the ultimate sin. At your own peril.
Well, I know you're having a good time in your life. I remember as a child me going to the woods all the time, and I told you about that. I was always in the woods. My God, I got poison ivy like crazy. But I'd love to have those days again. Really would, because this is all bullshit. I mean, every damn thing about this.
It starts in the mind.
Yeah. Well,
you have to be free in the mind first, because if you're not free in the mind, wherever you go, it's going to follow you. It's going to go with you. When I go into a city, I'm repulsed by being around a bunch of indoctrinated dummies and all the chemicals and the pollution. But I'm still free in my mind because I know that these people are ingrained and trapped, and I realize they don't know what they don't know, and I do. So it's a different thing. I'm still free. I'm just not in the environment that I should be, and I need to get the hell out of there, and I do. Because the environment is toxic. It's a cesspool. But if you're not free in your mind, even if you get out of the cesspool and you go out into nature, you're going to feel the health benefits of that, and you're going to get the benefits of that in all those ways, and you're going to be more relaxed and everything, and that's important. But if you're not free in your mind, if you're still like indoctrinated and thinking about the stuff that are the pit traps and the attachments and the distractions and all that kind of stuff, you're still taking that with you wherever you go. So it starts up there. It starts with that understanding of being free.
I just try to shut everything off when I walk. I do. I shut everything off. I talk to people, ask if they knew about CBD. A lot of them don't know about CBDC,
Yeah.
I don't. The only thing that bothers me is being in a city and seeing the things I see here, unfreaking real.
Yeah. And if that's bothering you, then there's still stuff that you got to work out in your mind. You're still the bothering is not the way you're supposed to be living. And don't confuse this with ignoring. Very important not to confuse this with just ignoring the reality that, there's this crazy stuff going on. But there's a difference between being aware of it and being entangled and distraught by the reality of it that's present. That entanglement and distraughtment is because there's things that need to be sorted out in the mind that are keeping you entangled and distraught, and that's not the way you were meant to live. Stressed out about it, all these things, that's still being a slave.
No, what the hell's me out is I want to get the hell out of here. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to see this shit.
Absolutely. And of course, you wouldn't be saying that if there wasn't a level of realization, which obviously is testimony that you're awake to the fact that this is crazy. Why would I want to be around that?
Exactly.
So absolutely,
yeah.
Of course. But at the same time, while you've come that far, take an objective look at yourself and ask yourself, are you still bothered by the indoctrinative narrative? Are you still bothered? Are you bothered that there's a CBDC?
Oh yeah, I can
Or
tell
are
you.
you excited about it like I am?
No,
Why am I excited about that?
Well, you're in a. Uh-oh, what happened here? You're in a position where I'm not right now, and I got to get there. That's the difference. You know what I mean? Because it's going to affect me right now. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yes. So you have working out to do now.
Right.
As much as that's understood, which is great, you're clear on that. I still see that you're bothered in a different way about that. You're bothered that this narrative is even happening at all. That there's these no good for nothing assholes on the hill over there that are running this scam on people.
Mm-hmm.
You're bothered by that. And if you're bothered by that, it's because you have an attachment to it still that you haven't let go of.
Well, I know what you're thinking, but no, I'm bothered by it because I want to get the hell away from it. They're bothered. It's like a pesky bees.
Yeah.
They just keep
Let me
go on.
let me yeah, I understand. Okay. Let me help you realize something if you don't already. There is one narrative that's never going to change, that you're just going to have to accept no matter what. If somebody wants to be violent and aggressive towards you for whatever reason, such as they have an indoctrinated belief, they think that you're doing something that you shouldn't be doing or whatnot, they're going to do that because of their indoctrination. Just because you go out and have made that change for yourself and you're living the life that you should be and you've moved away from it does not mean that the rest of the world is going to follow suit. So the very likelihood and possibility that you're going to come across people who are still going to challenge and resist your choice to be free is almost impossible to not happen. The first thing to do is realize that and accept it, and be okay with that, because you've already made it. You need to be at peace in your mind that you've already made it, regardless of the dummies around you that can't see past the end of their nose. That's the first thing. And you have to do that so that in the event that you come across the passive indoctrinated people, as you've worked your way out, you know how to mitigate that. You know how to respond. You learn how to respond. You learn what to do. And you learn how far you need to go and what's necessary, because it's your responsibility to go the distance if you have to go to defend yourself if these people really want to lay down the fucking hand and try and bitch slap you back into the slave world, right? Because they will. Believe me, they're not happy about the people that remember when I said these people on the Hill, they're the most dependent and indoctrinated. They're going to do everything to try to get their minions, while they have the resources to do so, to keep the belief going, to keep the hamster wheel illusion going, to keep the Santa Claus happening year after year. Because without that happening, they have to start doing their dirty laundry. So they're going to do everything they can to convince you to come back and just one more year. Come on, just one year more. Just come on. We'll vote harder. We'll get a better president. I promise next year. Oh, you don't want to participate? Well, you have to. We're going to put you in jail then. Because their beliefs are so strong, you see?
Mm-hmm.
So there's people that will go to a great distance to keep the slavery and indoctrination going out of fear, out of cognitive dissonance. That saying goes is, people are so deep entranced in their own slavery that they will sometimes fight to the death to defend and protect it. This is very true, a very big part of reality. So, as part of something that goes along with part and parcel to walking the path of self-reliance and self-responsibility is being aware of that and learning about how to do what you need to do to mitigate that. What also goes along with that is that there is nothing in this arena that we live in that is going to change the reality of the nature here, is that we're all mortal. And that's what a lot of people are afraid of. And nothing is going to change that or give us security to that mortality. That's all a lie. No matter how much we try and mitigate that with rules and regulations for our security and our safety, the only thing we end up doing when we do that is making it more insecure and making ourselves more vulnerable and making the inevitable possibly happen even more so. And so that's what's playing out here. And a lot of people don't like that people have realized that truth and are basically, in their eyes, lawless, right? Because once you realize that it's all a scam, you become free. But in the eyes of the indoctrinated, they don't see you as free. They see you as lawless. They see you as irresponsible. They see you as somebody who's careless. Where's your contribution to society anymore? You have an obligation. You're part of the human class as a species. You have a duty. You have an obligation to society to perform, to contribute. That's their eye. That's what they see. And so it's like a bee leaving the beehive. Wait, where do you think you're going? We got a queen to take care of.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So it's up to that bee to know what to do. And you got to be willing to go to the distance, however far that is, to defend your freedom, and however far you're willing to go as an individual to do that is only the amount of freedom you truly have.
You already know what that answer is.
Well,
Believe me when I tell
yeah.
you.
Let's put it this way: live free or die.
Exactly. And,
right?
Yep.
And if you're willing to go that distance, then you're definitely well on the path of having it sorted out upstairs. That's for sure.
Yeah,
right?
It's not gonna. Either I'm free or I'm dead. One of the two. I'm not taking your shit no more. I'm done with it.
Right, and you'll get this as a response a lot. Well, I don't want to be thrown in a cage. Well, if you're afraid of that, you're already in one.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Very good.
And so if your response as well to not being thrown in a cage is to appease to the threat of being put in a cage by being obedient, you're already in jail. Because that's what you're doing in jail. You ask permission for everything, and you be obedient. Otherwise, what happens?
You don't get shit.
You get punished.
Yep.
Right? You get put in a cage. So you're already in one. So let me help you even further understand what a country is. Country is jail. A nation is jail. The walls might be just a little bit bigger. You might have a little bit more free range to roam than what they actually call an institution jail. But you're in jail. And you're never going to get out of jail until you do it first in your mind, until you understand truly what was just spoken and realize that the exit to jail starts with disobedience and being your own person, growing up and being an adult holistically and not participating in any of the jail illusions or lies or deceptions and narratives that they propagate on a daily basis at all, no matter what resistance you're in the face of, no matter what throwback you might get, no matter if anybody even understands that. Free adult people don't care what other people think about them. It's none of their business.
Plus, I don't answer questions.
I don't answer questions
Yeah.
because not because I'm afraid to answer questions, because I have no obligation to answer any question.
Mhm.
Nobody can dictate to me. They can try, they can hold a gun to my head, but he who has the fastest draw has the most freedom. That's my response. Whatever they can do, I can do it too. Well, they got more people than you. Okay, well, I'll make some friends. There's 7.58 billion people. I think I can find a handful at least that have some courage. Well, the good news is amongst my expeditions, there's tons of people that are way more courageous than I ever thought to be. Let me put it to you. Let me tell you, they don't fuck around. The mafia ain't got nothing on people who are feral. Those people have no fear because they don't have the indoctrinative repetition to work out when they come across a tyrant. They just put them out. No holds barred, no questions, and go on with dinner without thinking, like nothing happened. Because in their mind, nothing did. They just, it's no different than stopping a tiger from attacking a child. They just put the tiger out of its misery, let it be, and go take the child and go home and be grateful for life and go on with life. Same thing.
Unfreaking real. You know,
That's how I live now too. Go ahead.
you think these people would wake up, you know, I mean, like, you get a driver's license, you're paying, like I said before, you're paying for your information telling you where you live at, you know, when you get in trouble, they know exactly where to go, and you're paying for this. The government is a business entity. So when they run out of money, what do? Oh, we got to raise the taxes. Oh, we got new taxes. You know, we'll just make these motherfuckers show. You know, the poorer. You know, it just never stops. They just go go go. And
Yeah.
me, I'm freaking tired of it. They can just kiss my ass. When I get a chance, I'm leaving. I'm telling you, I'm gonna hide like a mother, one way or another. Screw this shit, man. I'll tell you, they're out of their fucking minds.
They are
You know.
out of their fucking minds,
Yeah.
literally. So far out of their fucking minds, they don't know. The worst, I even thought of this when I was a child, you know, when they brought the concept of heaven and hell to me and the religious concept, right? Which is all another made up thing by some other man's idea. But anyways, entertaining that for a minute, I thought to myself, well, if there was such a hell, you know what the worst hell would be?
Hmm.
It would be the one that you're in but didn't even know it. And could it possibly be that's here today?
Yeah.
Well, hell is not like a it's not a coordinate on a map somewhere. Over there's hell. You know, hell is a state of existence. That's all. It's a state of cognitive dissonance,
State of mind. Yep.
state of mind, right?
Mhm.
That's hell is when you are experiencing a life that's miserable. That's hell. A lack of responsibility towards that misery is the ultimate hell.
Well,
And if I can convince people to believe that salvation will happen if you just experience hell for long enough, just keep on believing, right? You were meant. It doesn't make any logical sense that you come to this plane so that you can sacrifice yourself for however long you're alive just to prove your worthiness to some divine entity so they can say, yes, that sacrifice, the hell you went to, your faith and devotion to me is authentic. When I knew either way, because I know everything as a divine being, apparently, I knew what you're going to do. I created you. Does it make any logical sense whatsoever? What kind of a God would that be? Would you even accept that? I would accept the devil in 2 seconds. Come here. If that was really the truth, it sounds like the God is the devil to me. The truth is, the real devil is the belief in it all. The whole thing is the devil. Devil is lived backwards.
hmm, no idea. Yeah. Huh. Never thought it lived. Yeah. Okay.
So if you're a dyslexic in corporate world, you're not alive. You didn't live. But if you come out of that cognitive dissonance, you can understand what living really is. Because you're not alive if you don't do that. You don't know that.
You think people would wake up knowing that these people who died for this piece of shit land for nothing, for nothing.
That that
It,
too is a spell.
it is. It is. And all you get out of it is a medal and a flag, which is nothing. It's
E-
a piece of
e-
metal.
Even if that bullshit thing there that people died for this land or your freedom was true, which is not. But
It's not.
let's say it was. It doesn't matter because today is today. It doesn't matter what happened 10, 20, 30 years ago. Makes no difference. What they did is what they did in their time. It doesn't matter. The only thing that matters today is what you as an individual, I'm speaking to everybody right now, what people as individuals decide to do today for themselves. Nothing more.
Well,
History is about as useless as the shit you flushed down the toilet yesterday.
what I'm trying to put across is that if they don't give a damn about anybody that dies for this stupid country, why would they care about them? The people that are living right now, people who are living right now, why would they care about them? The people who run this piece of shit country. They don't. They don't give a damn.
You say that with disgruntledness because you have an expectation like these people are supposed to care.
Well, it just amazes me they don't wake up still. I'm just like,
Wait though. Wait though.
you know,
There's a reason why I'm saying what I'm saying. Because I see something in you that I know that again, if you realize in yourself, you need to heal yourself from this. It's more there's more waking up that you need to do. You
uh,
have an idea in your mind, and it's an imaginative thing that these people over here on the hill are supposed to care about these other people. Why do you think that? Who told you that? And is it the truth?
I guess not.
So if it's not the truth, I'm going to throw the question out, but it's not me asking. It's what you need to ask yourself. Why are you lying to yourself about it?
That's what I'm going to have to decipher.
Yes. I know the answer already, but you need to become aware of that and overcome. That's a deep level of indoctrination that if you work out, you will have a newfound glory. You will have such a release. Because all it is just a belief. It's an attachment. You have an idea and you're attached to that. You're attached to that. You want to believe, because if that was true, that would be such a great thing. But the reality is you never needed that to be a reality, and nobody else did to begin with. Nobody else's well-being was ever somebody else's obligatory responsibility.
No, I understand it. I do understand what you're saying. It just amazes me. That's all. It's just like, I mean, I have an education.
Because you're not that way, and you have a higher sense of moral, and it appalls you that other people can be so shallow. I get it.
Okay.
I think so too. I understand where you're coming from. Okay. But why am I not disgruntled about other people's shallowness?
Mhm.
Why does it not bother me like it bothers you? There's a reason for that.
Yeah, I'm going to have to decipher that. That's another thing you got me going on now. I got to remember. Okay. Shit. All right. I'll decipher
It's a
that one.
deeper level of responsibility, and you to connect the dots, you gotta put it all back together with how important it is that we don't waste a breath and waste time on nonsensical things. And my responsibility for my well-being and happiness is me to myself at nobody else's expense. That's what you have to come to terms with. Well, that means if other people want to do fuck games and be stupid and ignorant and childish, I have to not be bothered by this because that's their choice. My ego might want something different. But if I engage in my egotistical desires that I want those things to be different from reality, I'm going to torment myself. And now I'm in a state of ignorance and hell.
Well, like I told you, this is no lie. Once this thing is done, I'm done with it. That's it. I mean, they can go to hell as far as I'm concerned. You know what I mean? And it will be shut off. Trust me.
Well, don't get me wrong. It doesn't mean that, you know, just because I'm not bothered by it doesn't mean I'm not interested in being helpful to other people. What this means is that I may be better to be helpful to other people because I don't have this bothering going on that's hindering me from that too.
No, no.
And in addition to that, even if I was or wasn't helpful to other people, which is totally my choice to do, of course, at any time for however long that I choose, I'm enjoying the shit out of this journey, no holds barred, no matter what bullshit narrative happens every fucking day. I don't give a shit. I'm having a blast. Have you not noticed?
Hmm. I know you are. I know you are.
Tell me a time you remember me coming up on your panel and being sad or disheartened.
You haven't.
Never. Because I take responsibility to not allow myself to think things should be a different way than they are.
Hmm.
That's
No.
not to be confused though with, like, again, not being ignorant or irresponsible. That's a different thing, right? Or neglectful and stick your head in the sand. It's the opposite. It's about accepting that, hey, life is life, and as a part of life, I'm alive, and I have a responsibility to take care of myself first and foremost, and then I can reach out to other people. And the better I take care of myself, the better I can reach out to other people, and the more enjoyment I can have doing this whole thing.
Yeah, but you know as well as I do, if this shit hits the fan, which I know it's going to happen, and you know yourself, it's going to be too late for him.
Too fucking bad.
That's what I'm saying. It's just that's why I'm shutting everything off. Everything. Boom.
Right,
Done.
right.
It's like a person you trying to teach them how to swim. and you're fighting.
Well, yeah, they gotta you can't. First of
They
all, they
drown.
gotta want to swim,
Right, exactly.
right?
And
And if you don't allow the people who don't want to swim to not get in the pool, if you want to force them, then you're the tyrant,
right,
right?
exactly. Yeah.
If somebody doesn't want to, there's a tsunami 2 feet away from shore, and they want to play volleyball, and you say you got to get off there, you're going to get killed, and they ignore you. If you want to force them to get off that beach, as weird as it might sound, you're the violent aggressor. You're forcing somebody to do something against their will, even though you know better or you think you do, right? For their own good. It's going to save their life. Well, no, you're the tyrant. Who's going to save me from you? If I don't want to, if I want to be ignorant, give me the breathing room to be ignorant. Don't force me to not be ignorant. Otherwise, you're the tyrant. And that's hard, isn't it? Because you really got to accept the stupidity of people right to their
Well,
right to their abusive selves and death. Only one exception to this, though. When their ignorance encroaches on other people, must step in. Because
want to
now
say,
their
well,
ignorance can
say,
be
say that
harmful to others.
say that one more time, please.
When somebody's ignorance encroaches and can cause harm on somebody else,
Hmm.
must step in to mitigate that if it's within your means to do so. Otherwise,
Gotcha. Yeah.
you're sending the message that you agree with that, that's acceptable, that's okay. It is not acceptable for ignorance it's not an excuse for somebody's ignorance to cause harm to another individual. Well, I
Well,
accidentally put the oil there and didn't know you were going to slip and break your neck onto it. And so sorry for putting it in on all the driveways because I thought it was going to make it look nice.
well, I'm the type of person, like you said, on that beach when the tsunami comes and you're screaming at everybody and they're just looking at you. Get the hell out of here. You know, you're a nut job.
Yeah, right.
But I'm the type of person, I'll be on the top of the mountain watching them wash away, just dead bodies. And I'll just turn around and say, fuck you, and walk away. That's it. I'm done. It won't bother me a bit. Trust me.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, but right now, this is why I'm trying my best to wake people up before something does happen. But after that time, when this happens, that's it. I'm done with them. Totally.
Well, they're done anyway. Doesn't
Hmm.
matter if you're done with them.
Well, I'm just saying, if they knock on the door, hey, help me, I'll beg you, get the hell out of here.
Yeah,
And I
yeah.
will too, you know. I mean, you had your chance when I was over there trying to beat my brains out for you guys, but that's the
Mm-hmm.
type of person I am. I will do it. I will
There's a lot
speak.
of there's a lot of people already that I heard somebody say it on DJ's panel that said we should have started learning how to farm and be self-sufficient maybe 50. It was DJ said that maybe if we started 15 years ago. I reckon that there's not enough time for people at this point to do the things. I was listening to that. You guys were talking about me and going on the path of self-sufficiency and one. That's what DJ was saying. She was like, well, as much as that really is the viable um, true solution, if you didn't start 15 years ago, it's kind of too late, and it's too late for most people. Exactly. It is too late for most people. Realize this because they made their choice. Their choice was to continue to be irresponsible and ignorant and play volleyball and their pacification bullshit. That's what they wanted instead. I have no sympathy for them. None. They made their choice. That's what they
Mm,
wanted, right?
that's right. That's right.
I'm not interested in being a tyrant.
Mm-mm. Yeah.
One thing though, it is not too late for anybody still. It's not.
Mm.
It is not. And as long as you're breathing, you still have a chance. But you better, you know, learn before the ropes and the shackles get too tight around your feet, people, because it's hard to cook a meal when you're starving, isn't it? Think about that. You might want to be prepared and have something ready before you're weak and shaking. You know what I'm saying? You need
D,
to be ahead of the curve. Mm-hmm.
DJ, she seen that last video I put up there. That's what she was talking about too. You know, that did an impact on her. She said at CBDC
Oh yeah.
when I just showed you. Yeah, she seen that. And that kind of like hit home a little bit on her. Hmm.
Oh yeah. At some point, it becomes so self-evident, right? And that's what we're heading towards. And that's what I'm excited about. Is that again, it opens up the doors. And there is a bunch of that's going to happen, right? Is that people who are just like, waited till the last fucking minute, decided to practice getting even better at waiting to the last minute. But as long as they're still willing to make an improvement, I'll still help them if they're willing to go the distance. I don't care. I have no judgment on people. But without that willingness, my judgment doesn't matter anyways. Nature will do what nature's going to do. You're done. If
Yeah.
you're sitting on the fucking edge of the beach and that tsunami is 2 feet away, I don't care how fast your little legs are going. It's over for you. Nothing anybody can do. You didn't want to get the warnings. You didn't want to look with your eyes. You were too busy with your bullshit. That's the way it goes, you know?
I posted quite a few times on my messages. If you're interested, get a hold of me. I'll get a hold of New Guru. It's all for free. Nothing. Nothing. So I said, okay. It's going to be a time when I'm going to be just stopping us going on YouTube in a while. You know what I mean? I
Right.
found
And
out.
that's fine.
Yeah, it's going to be. I got enough content out there. If they want to see it, they can see it. They don't. Shame on them.
Yeah. I mean, realistically, again, if that wasn't realized a long time ago before starting, then holy shit. I knew that like maybe about 18 years ago. I knew that the days on YouTube were very numbered as far as how much free range you had, and not freedom, free range, right? Because the plan all along was a bait and switch. You have to know this about the corporate world. Everything in the corporate world will always be a bait tactic to hook you into hook, line, and sinker something to get you in another predicament or a worse predicament of dependency. So only use it sparingly, but never get dependent or attached on any of this shit. Know how to function without any of it, Very important.
Well, what I will do before I hang up on YouTube, I'm going to show people the results of me before and after. If everything works right, I'm going to show where I'm going to be at the end.
You're going to take us in a shower with you?
Hey, baby. You ever see a pole dancer? Yeah.
That's the kind of content that is top notch. Doing exactly what you just said.
Yeah, it's coming. It's coming. I want to show them before, I'm moving out and everything else, and how I started and where I'm at now at the end. Why they're suffering. I want to say, I'm like New Guru. Loving it. Yeah, I will.
No matter what happens to the end, it's the only way to live, right?
Yeah, well, even if I have one day of freedom, I'll be happy right there, knowing that I live free. No devices or no telling me what to do and what to go, and you can't drive, or you got to pay for this, you got to pay for that. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm tired of it.
Well, now you are an official member of the Freedomist Project. You are part of the Freedom Nation.
Sounds good with me. It does. That sounds good.
We did that though. I'll show you you weren't there, but back in the day, somebody presented the idea, and I already thought of it as we should have a nation called Freedom. And I said, well, I thought of that to do that even just for fun as a mockery. But the problem is, even as a mockery, you still end up practicing and engaging in the bullshit again. But I did it for fun. So I created the Freedomia flag and that Constitution meme that I showed you, where the only thing that needs to stay in a constitution is you're free to do whatever you want, and you didn't need this constitution to tell you that to begin with.
Oh, that Constitution's a piece of paper you wipe with your ass, you throw it in the garbage. They don't mean
First three,
shit.
what's the first three letters of Constitution?
We the people.
No, the word Constitution. What's the first three letters?
Oh, C-O-N-T. C-O-N, con.
First three letters.
Con.
First three. Yeah.
Con. Con job.
Most things with that as the prefix is exactly that. Con.
Constitution. Ain't that
It's a psyop.
Constitution.
It constitutes your belief, your faith, your trust, your ignorance, your naivety. You didn't need a fucking piece of paper to tell you can wipe your ass when you need to. Why do you need? That's still permission. The Constitution guarantees my freedom. If you need a piece of paper to guarantee your freedom, I guarantee you didn't have any and you never will. You don't understand freedom then. Freedom is by default. And freedom is in line, synonymous with your ability. The exact amount of freedom is, if you want to measure it, is consistent with the ability that you have and the amount of responsibility that you are willing to take with your ability. That's how much freedom you have. If you lose an arm, you're not as free as you were yesterday. You have more limitation. Very simple.
I have another question for you. People like you're the only one I've ever talked to that has the freedom that you have. How many people are there in this world that are like you that you don't know about? I mean, we never heard about, I should say. You know, but I don't.
Millions.
Wow.
At least. But what if there was none? What difference would that make? Would it change anything fundamentally?
Well, the more people I would suggest, I would think that'd be less that the government could control. They would lose a lot more revenue. They wouldn't bow down to tyranny.
Sure, but does it change anything? Does it change anything to, at the moment, out of that 7.5 billion people that are on the book accounted for?
Damn, that many people. Whew. No, it doesn't change a thing. No.
Right. Most of these people are still indoctrinated and paying taxes, so it doesn't matter. That's why I said waiting for the masses to change is only going to produce one outcome. What outcome do you think that is? What was the first word in what I said? Waiting for the masses to change.
Oh, boy.
What's the first word in what I said? Waiting for the masses to change.
What's the first word? You wait.
Wait. That's the outcome you're going to get. Anybody who's waiting for the masses to change, the outcome you're going to get is wait. For as long as it takes you to realize to stop fucking waiting and start taking action for yourself, until you're willing to do that, you'll still be in a state of waiting. All the masses are doing that. They're waiting. Being hopeful. Salvation is coming. When? After death. When? When the masses will change. When society changes. When we got a better president. When we got a better this. When this changes. They create a formula for change. More ignorance, more delusion. That's not how it happens. Change happens when you, as an individual, decide to say, I'm going to wipe my own ass today. That's when change happens. Simple as that. So, whenever an individual is ready to wipe their own ass, they do. Until then, they'll make all the excuses for it, why they won't. Oh, the toilet paper's not strong enough. My mom didn't go and get toilet paper this week. Like it was anybody else's fucking responsibility to get that together. I sound like I have some animosity. I really don't. My objective is to be so factually correct that I put aside any potential coldness that might come out in my wordings. I don't care about that. All I am concerned with or care about when I'm talking like this is the message, no matter what it takes to get that across. That's it. No holds barred. I love life. I'm having the time of my life, the blast every single day. I've been through hell and back like anybody else. I've talked about it, stuff that would dishearten anybody, and I'm sure there's people who have gone through a lot worse than I have. People have been in wars. I've never been in a war. I can't imagine. Well, I can imagine, but I'm sure that whatever I imagine, seeing fatalities every day and being told to participate in that, oh my God, that's unfathomable, It's nauseating to even think about for one sec. But I'm surrounded by people who have been involved in that all the time,
Oh, hold on here. Eddie's here. How you doing, Eddie? I just had
Hey,
to-
morning. Morning, Eddie. What's happening? But, aside from all of that, my life is great because it's up to me if it's great or not. And thank God I fucking know that. That's what I'm so grateful for, that I know that it's up to me. What other people are so scared to face that it's up to them, because that means heaven forbid, they have to be responsible about everything. I'm so grateful for it, because if it wasn't up to me, oh my God, I'd be screwed. Especially if it truly was up to the idiots around me that are totally ignorant and irresponsible. Thank God I don't have any real raw dependency on any of that, that it's all really up to me and always will be. Thank God for that. That means I have an opportunity to make the most of it. It's up to me. It's a choice. I don't have to be in peril and ignorance. No matter how far in peril and ignorance anybody else chooses to be. So, waste no moment. Moments are few. You don't know if tomorrow is a given. It will come. Whether you are here or not is not a given.
People got a rude awakening.
That's such a pill that keeps you up at night, doesn't it? The I know it's a big thing. It's you can see, because it's not that it matters the numbers, but it's I use the metaphor. It's not just a few people that are standing on a beach like I use. That's a metaphor for literally millions of people that are about to get their asses handed to them by a giant tsunami that's so big they have no idea. But you can see that. You're standing a bit higher on a rock and you're seeing, a couple miles to shore, there's this massive fucking tsunami that's been synthetically created to wipe all these people out, And you're sitting at, and I understand. I've had a lot more time to process and digest that, come to terms with it, and accept it. Certainly. But at the same time, what might help you to actually push through that a bit more is to remind yourself that if today was the last day that you lived, would you say at the end of the day that you made the most of it? And if you're
Honestly,
not,
well,
honestly, yes, of course.
yeah, I could say I did the best I could.
That wasn't
Seriously.
the question. That's a bit of a deflection. The question is, did you make the most of it?
No, not really. Could have done a lot more if I would
Okay.
have known more. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying?
Right. So now we're starting to walk the path of straightness and honesty. And I'm going to ask you to use this as a basis for your foundation. I reckon that if every single day, at the end of the day, you can't say that you made the most of that day, you threw that day away and you've got work to do. You don't know how many days left you have. And one of these days, it's going to be your last. And at your age, not that it should matter. I mean, it could accidentally get hit by could accidentally get hit by a boulder at age 2. I mean, again, that's the point. None of us know, right? Time is a commodity that's very sparse that we don't have the luxury of buying or anything. So I reckon that it's very prudent not to be careless with this particular part of our lives. And that's the thing that people are the most careless about, right? This is the things that need to be corrected. If this is what can help you foundationally to maintain peace and stability and strength, is to understand that it's your responsibility and nobody else's, regardless of what narrative is going on around you, to make your life, which is a divine gift, to make the most of that instead of spitting in the face of it. Because if you're not making the most of it, the only thing you could be doing then is trampling on it.
I was thinking of what you just said a while ago about why am I so hung up with people? And I guess because of when I was in the service, seeing dead bodies coming back from the jet plane, the back of it,
Mm-hmm.
pulling them out. There's a lot of people I wouldn't mind shooting. Don't get me wrong, but
Let me get my
bas-
rifle.
yeah. But basically, people, they're good. They just don't know what's going on. I think that's what the problem is. I'm going to have to get out of that.
It's a balance, right? First and foremost, you have to take care of you without
Mm,
exception, right?
this is true. Yes.
Everything after that is gravy. And you can only focus on the gravy when it's not at your own expense. At any in any way, shape, or form. If it's costing you your peace, your sanity, you're sacrificing yourself and you're being a hypocrisy to yourself first and foremost at your own expense, and then of course displaying that to others as well. Very important to rectify the self holistically. Very important. Get yourself right. Get yourself straight. That'll be an ongoing work in progress for the rest of life, of course. Doing that also gives you become a light beacon, right? For other people to draw from. They can see something now. Why is this person different? Well, what's going on? They're not the same sad, depressed drama monkey as everybody else around. A victim of pop culture.
Hold on, I'm just reading something here in the chat here.
Who's this tank guy? Shut up, you
No.
muppet. My garden, you bitch. What's up, Tank? Bait your head in. We got a baiter in the chat.
I'll watch this. Hey, Eddie, you know how to take care of that. Go ahead and do it. Enjoy yourself.
Target practice.
Go on, Eddie.
Pew,
Do it.
pew, pew, pew.
Eddie's my executioner. Watch what Eddie does.
Is that somebody that's even known? Or just a sock account, maybe? Or
I'll tell you more about it in short.
oh, so you do know. Okay, that's all.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's all.
We'll take care of this. Eddie will take care of it.
I laugh at this, right? Like none of that is like, I'll never get caught up in that. You know what the sad part about it? Not that it makes me sad, but it's just sad as is that all these people that are engaged in this trollism fuckery shit call themselves adults.
Yeah.
Where's the adult? At what point do you become adult and you say, do you really have to like be told that if you're not engaging in actions that you wouldn't be doing in front of children, you probably shouldn't be doing it as an adult, regardless of children around to see it or not? What are you doing? Children are less prone to do this level of fuckery than I see the adults do. What the hell? They put the adults in this bullshit category to shame. What's going on here? Wow. But that's what happens when you drink fluoride for 27, 37 years. It's going to get you.
I asked my dad what an adult was one day. He told me, he says, an adult is a person that has responsibilities for the rest of his life. That never ends. He's right.
That's a pretty good way to put it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Person who realizes and then chooses to practice taking responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
And decide to grow up and be a man or a woman and take care of yourself,
Mm.
and also not engage in the lies, right?
Oh, man. So I don't take no bullshit. I'm like you. We should tell people about that before we forget. We're going to have a video on Rumble, and it's called, oh, brother, The Plantation.
Right.
And it's a movie I would suggest that everybody should watch it on Rumble under Rights for Vets.
If anybody knows a man by the name of Larkin Rose is a freedom fundamentalist. He's beyond an anarchist, let's put it that way. I agree with, like I was saying earlier, about 90 to 95% of Larkin Rose's views. He's he coined the term voluntarist. That's an interesting way to put it. Now, I hate labels, of course, because of stereotypes and all this kind of bullshit. But again, just for the sake of understanding conversation, his views are that everything be consenting by voluntary, no force, no rulership. People just agree to cooperate and volunteer for each other, and that totally isn't aligned with my way of understanding and experience amongst many of people as well. And so, but what Larkin has done is he's been practicing the art of the language of that for quite a long time, and some of the ways he can put things are quite profound. I very much enjoy listening to his videos that he put out on YouTube, and maybe one day we'll cross paths and have some interesting discussions. And maybe I can help him come to terms with some other things that I see that he's still indoctrinated with as far as like capitalism goes, and he's still, a little bit in the pitch traps with. So that'd be interesting, but that's another thing. Nonetheless, he made this really good movie, a short movie. I think, what was it? Maybe 20 minutes or something. The plantation video. It was about 20 minutes long or something. And it was just awesome. It really hit home and hit the nail on the head on the way that the construct of your current societal corporate way of functioning and living operates. And definitely recommend anybody to watch that. And I think it hit home to quite a lot of people. So because of that, a lot of people who had appreciation towards that decided they wanted to expand on that 20-minute clip and make an actual full-length movie based on that. And so they did that with Larkin, and it just became ready recently. So that's what we have available. I gave Mr. Rightsy here a little prezi earlier today.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah. And I decided to, well, it's my gift to everybody because, you can play it as often as you want as well for anybody who's might be interested in watching it too, or ever. And so, yeah, part of my surprise was throwing the idea that we watch it for the first time together with some popcorn and maybe stream it. We're concerned about streaming it on YouTube because of the communistic ways of YouTube. So we thought maybe what we would do is stream it on Rumble and just have a banner up on YouTube that points to Rumble for anybody who wants to come and join us and watch it on Rumble at the same time. So I think that's what we're going to do a little later on tonight.
Sounds good to me. I like that.
I don't know how long it is, but it just that there was a trailer. I liked the trailer. I'm looking forward to it.
I think we're going to have a little bit of... Hold on here. I'm reading something. You see what I'm reading?
In the chat?
Yep. Let's see what's going on.
No, when there's when there's riff raff, I don't pay attention to it.
Mm-hmm.
I only focus on adults. I'm an adult, so
Well,
if you're not at least, even if you're not 18 years old or 19, whatever it is, it's not about that. It's about whether you're capable of having an adult fucking conversation like an adult. And it's kind of surprising how a lot of the youngsters are more capable of handling that than these Muppet puppets on YouTube on these streets.
I'll tell you more
that
about
call them that calls themselves adult, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we'll...
Ignore the ignorance, remember.
Yeah, well, yeah, I can handle it. I just... Hold on here. Ooh. Never mind. It's been taken care of. Yep.
You put somebody in tears?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
My favorite little girlfriend helped me out. The one in Indiana.
Oh, you
Mm,
cheating on Barbara?
yep. Shh.
Favorite's a strong word there.
Yeah. 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 Don't say nothing, Barbara. She cut me off for weeks.
Yeah, it might be 10-cent Fridays for you.
Excuse me. Damn. Excuse me. Um, but yeah, we'll take that movie. We'll take it up there. We'll get that thing started.
Mm-hmm.
If we can do it before I go to sleep tonight or today,
Yeah,
to get that up there and have a good time. That's going to be a real interesting movie.
I'm
Thank you, dude. Appreciate that.
I'm wondering how much more it'll hit home than the original. I just the only thing I'm concerned now. It's preliminary for me to say this is that people get caught up in the literalness of it. You know, with the traditional narrative of what a slave is, right? Like the blacks in the cotton fields and all that kind of stuff. But anybody who's going to watch it, look past all that because it's the real message of what is being said there is nothing to do with any of that. Nothing. And if you don't know what it is, then inquire about it. Question. You know, ask me even because that's the basis for everything that we've been talking about for 2 whole years.
One of the biggest races is the government. They try to divide this country, the fake country.
A country is already a divide.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's when this is great. Now we can, every time this happens, I'm gonna try and take that and go further with it
That sounds
to
good.
help you correct those lingos. You were close there,
Mhm.
but a country itself is it not a division?
Oh, it is a divisional by far. Yeah.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
So
Oh, yes, it is.
so
Oh,
if we don't want division, if we want unity, then we better get to the root of where the division is, right?
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And, and so if the root is a country or this whole nationism, if that's the root, then of course it becomes obvious what not to cheer for anymore or agree with or identify with. It will make no sense to identify with that which we're not in alignment with anymore.
Sickening. Yeah. Well,
Do you still consider yourself to be an American?
no, not anymore. I hate to say it. No. I'm
Why do
just,
you hate to say it?
huh? I hate to say it because I believed in it a long time.
You see, there's still those strings there.
Yeah. Well, I used to be. Not anymore. I'm done with it.
But you shouldn't hate that aspect.
Well,
I
I
know
hate
that.
because I was indoctrinated into it. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So what you're saying is you hate the aspect that you fell for it like that.
Yeah, exact. Thank you. Yeah.
Right. So you're coming to terms with that. And again, I know that's a deep thing. I'll never know that from experience because I didn't have to work that out in my system, of course. But I
Mhm.
can just tell, you know, even without having to go through it. But in addition to that, seeing other people like yourselves having to look in the mirror and come to terms with that, just because it's so obvious to me, obviously it wasn't that obvious to you, you wouldn't have done it, right? So I totally get that, and that it's a thing to swallow and overcome. What I'm saying is, how do I say this?
Go ahead and say it. You know.
Go. Remember that thing that I was saying a bit ago about time is not a commodity to waste, and so
Mm-hmm.
on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
Let go of everything that's holding you in peril. because you don't. It goes back to that. Well, let me put it this way. If you have any regrets or are sitting in a state of regret about anything and haven't forgiven yourself, which when you learn something, be clear with yourself. When you learn the truth and you've accepted and you've changed your reality to match the truth, that is the point where forgiveness is the logical, rational, and essential thing to do. Accept that truth, let it go, forgive yourself, and move forward with that newfound understanding. That's healing. Any resistance to doing so, then I'll ask you this question and remind you to do this. Each day, ask yourself, did I make the most of this day? And can you be making the most of this day if you're living in an anchor of regret or anything along those?
Very good. Very good. I'll use it.
Deem yourself worthy of self-forgiveness when it's deserved. We make mistakes. Okay, right? We make mistakes in life. Some make more than others. Some make really deep ones, whatever. There's a difference between a mistake, an ignorant mistake, which the consequence will bide you no forgiveness just because you didn't know this. You have to live with consequence. If you stick your hand on an element you didn't know you're going to burn, nature doesn't say, well, your ignorance will give you a get out of jail free card and you were 2 years old. You didn't know any better. We're not going to let you get burned. No, nature burns you. It doesn't matter your age or whatever. Okay. You see what you shouldn't do because of the result of that choice. Then when you come to terms with, okay, that's what I ought not to do, that's all that matters. At that point, you have the truth. The righteous thing to do at this point is to carry on in truth, forgive the past, stay in the present. Don't linger in the past. Otherwise, you're still living in ignorance.
Yeah, I'm trying. Remember the first time we had a conversation, how
Mhm.
defensive I was?
Oh yeah,
I mean,
I was there.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm working with it. I am. I'm working with it. Trust me. It's
Of
hard.
course
Like
you
you
are.
said.
Of course you are. I wouldn't be here if you weren't. You know that.
Yeah, yeah. That's true too. Yeah.
I certainly won't. I'm everything that I'm telling you is exactly what I'm doing. I'm very meticulous with where I choose to spend my time, with whom. You know, if I'm there for a reason.
Yeah. Yeah. You are. You always said that.
And it's certainly not just to shoot the shit and waste time,
No, I understand that.
right? I don't do that. Even when I, cross references and joke around and have fun, on other people's panels, I'm doing that because I'm living a lifestyle and propagating something. Positivity, fun, non-distractionary bullshit, No, no, no.
Hmm.
What that's that's a dysfunctional way of life, right? I'm the other side of the coin, living it without it being a narrative, without with it being a factual truth. And so you're working your way out of this. I know that. I would have to be a dummy not to know that, right? Or expect. I don't have any expectations for you. I don't. So even when I'm hardballing you, and I'm hardballing you because my experience tells me you're ready for it.
Hmm.
It's time. When I get to a point with you, it's okay. I can see. And that's why I say from time to time, can you imagine if I was having this specific conversation with you 6 months, a year and a half ago? You can see that you're not a chance, right?
No, no,
So
no.
it happens in stages. So if it's happening, right, I know it might feel uncomfortable, that growth thing. if it's a little uncomfortable, that's a healthy thing, because growing comes with a bit of growing pains, you know?
Hmm. Oh, you wouldn't believe the nights I just think about this stuff. I'm telling you, unfreaking real. Trying to decipher everything, reading, going on the internet, learning more information, and every
Yeah.
dang, this is the lie, every doggone video I see, somebody says something just right, like you said. And I went, I'll be damned if he wasn't right again. I just can't believe it. So I have no quorums at all. I mean, what you say is true.
Yeah. That's because I'm not interested in being right.
Wow.
See, this is important to understand. I could care less about being right. Not at all. I only care about being factually correct
Well, you've done
for,
that.
for myself and for the benefit of anybody I'm talking to. This is the difference. Being right is an egotistical endeavor, and people will go to great lengths to defend their position of being right. It's a belief. They'll fight to the death. Look what people did with cooties,
Yeah, really.
right?
Yeah.
Millions of people dying in the name of being right. It happens every day. So, I've watched this for my whole life. Okay, you're so damn sure of yourself. You're so damn sure of your lies that you'll go right to your grave. Okay, see you later. I could care less about being right. I just want to know the truth. That's all I care about. And I just
Well,
want to talk about the truth.
I hate to say this, but the truth is right.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I
I want to
mean,
be right about the truth. Yeah.
yeah.
You know, I want to hit the truth right on,
Uh,
but that's it.
I will say
So
this
that's
much. Go on.
okay. I was just going to say, so that's why I see that is because so much of my focus is to, if I'm going to say something, I'm saying it with, to the best of my knowledge, accuracy from what I've learned to be factually truthful. I'm just reiterating that same understanding.
Could you leave your link on the?
Are you going to pay for it this time?
Yeah. People, get a good understanding of this, please. Go see New Guru. Talk to him. I've said this many times. It's not going to hurt. Everything's for free. Listen to him. I'm telling you, he's not a bullshitter. Trust me. But I'm going to tell you what. Bring a bottle of aspirins with you when you get done talking to him, because your head will spin. And I'm telling you, but he's factual. He's correct. And again, if you need help, if he can help you out, he will. All he asks is just have an open mind and debate with him. Talk to him. Don't
No,
argue.
no, don't debate with me. Question.
Question. Thank you.
There's a difference.
Okay.
Yes, question.
Okay.
And don't
Ask
don't take what
questions.
I say for face value. Yes.
Yes.
Verify.
Yep. Like I did. And you'll find out that he's not a bullshitter. I can say that word, right?
Oh, of course. Are you asking me permission? It's your
I'm
own
on my
fucking.
knees.
Have you not? Where are we really? We're starting at fucking zero. You haven't learned anything. Holy shit.
Hey, I'm on the
Fucking
podium. I'm
Christ.
looking up. I got my hands folded.
Well, press them against each other harder, okay? Squeeze. Oh shit. Okay. 1 second. I'll put my link here. I'll put 2 links. Just gotta get back to the live chat here. There it is. Okay, so for anybody who doesn't know much about me, um, I got a project in the works that's in pre-launch. It has been for a long time. During pre-launch, these things that I've been doing, like these panels, talking with rights and other people, is the preliminary parts of the project, always has been. And the project is basically about bringing education, awareness, and resources to people who really want to be proactive and learn about down-to-earth solutions that they can do to free themselves from the clutches of corporate governmental tyrannical chains and shackles. So you can read all about the project on my pre-launch website, which I just put the link there for you. There's also a quote of the day and newsletter updates that I haven't been doing very much recently, but I'll get back at that soon enough. That keeps people informed. There's also a page on the website that shows where the project is as far as status goes. You want to keep up to date on that. And it's got all the ins and outs on there as to the details, elaboration of all the different aspects of the project and benefits that it's going to bring to the people once it's ready. I give no timeline as to when it's ready. It's ready when it's ready. That's how freedom works. You don't get to tell me when it's ready. I don't even get to tell me when it's ready. It's ready when it's ready. So in the meantime, we got spaghetti, and Freddie will enjoy being a part of the development of this. And we're all here to have a blast and to have fun from the beginning phases like this all the way through to when it's fully launched, whenever that happens to be. In the meantime, feel free to keep in touch. If you need any help or advice, I have no interest in any sort of financial gain from all of this. This is simply just a philanthropic measure, I guess, if you want to put it that way, for me to, in turn of kindness for other people, and also just a passion of mine. I enjoy helping other people, and people who want to help themselves, though. I'm very meticulous with who I choose to work with. So let's not confuse one thing that if people are struggling, I can't save you, nor am I interested in trying. You have to want to do that yourself. But if it so happens to be that you do want to, save yourself or improve your lives or to some degree, or however far you want to take some proactive solutions for yourself, then I'm interested in being a part of that as much as it's in my means to do so. And so I got, quite a fair amount of interesting ideas and wisdoms and practices that I've done that are very different than most people are used to in the corporate world. I live a very self-sufficient lifestyle right now, very off the grid, out in the middle of nowhere. And I'm not saying that everybody has to do that. It's just what I've chosen to do. There's lots of different ways that people can take measures to reduce the stranglehold. And I'm willing to help share knowledge, wisdom, tools, and resources for free, and enjoy the experience of doing that with people to help them take proactive solutions for themselves. So I'm very reachable, and as much as I've been hard-nosed tonight on rights, I do that from time to time because I talk truth. I'm not a hard nose. I'm very easygoing and easy to talk to, but I'm also very short on bullshit. I call bullshit immediately when I see it. I put my foot down to it. I don't accept it. It is firewalled from getting in my palate, and I'm going to make you recognize it. And not in my presence, you won't be allowed to have excuses for the excuses you might be used to for yourself. That you might have formed habitually to do. You're gonna get the truth, no holds barred, and nothing but the truth. So help me, God doesn't exist, and that's how it works. So if that appeals to you and you like that idea and you're interested and you want to connect, there's a variety of ways that you can do that listed on the website on the contact me page. Feel free to do so. In addition to that, I also do have a YouTube channel, and I'll put that in as well. Just 1 second here. which has a little bit of pre-launch content on it, not too much for the time being. And that'll increase not too far down the road here as we continue to progress with everything. So feel free to sub to that. Sub and bell it, the whole 9 yards. 1 second, it is coming, I promise. There it is. Let me double check. Is that mine? Yeah, it's mine. So there it is. Feel free to sub and connect to that and connect with me. And yeah, that's about it. I look forward to helping anybody who wishes to do so.
That's it.
And Rights is going to pay for all of it.
Yeah. No, he's good. He's good. Believe me, he is. Nude knows what he's talking about. And if you really want to get out of corporate and you're serious about it, feel free to get hold of him because he will help you out. We spent hours and hours at nighttime just talking. Sometimes 15 hours, just in one day. Sometimes I even fall asleep when he talks to me. And snoring. Yeah, I don't even know I'm doing it, but yeah, very interesting.
I know that happens because he fails the test next.
But yeah, if to do yourself a service, please go talk to Guru. He really is good. He really is. If you don't, shame on you. When that day comes, you're gonna wish you did.
Now, you didn't really think I was going to let you off the hook from finish reading that comment, did you?
You don't forget things, do you? All right, get back.
And then you just conveniently took off the screen. I don't think I don't notice.
Oh no, the reason I did that is because I seen something on that. You know what?
Right? Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I'll tell you about that. But you're right about that. I was hoping you forget. Let's see where I'm at here now. Which one was it now? Oh shit! Hold on here. I screwed up, didn't I? Was this? No, this wasn't it.
You got to put your screen back up. It's still down.
Oh, you can't see that? Oh, that's a shame. Is that mine?
That's yours, yeah. There you go.
Okay. All right, let's see.
Did you even close it? Wow, you were that sure that we were done with that, weren't you?
I was hoping.
What did I tell you about hope? You see?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
It don't work too well.
I don't.
You don't get very far.
I'm gonna have to. Wait a minute. Am I doing this right?
I think we had to do it in the incognito, didn't we? Because this is the wrong. Is that the right? Is that the video? I'm not the only one that. Is that the one?
Yeah, I think that's the one.
All right, click on that. If that's the case. Click on that video. Mm-hmm. And click on it again on the top left.
Top left. Oh yeah, that's right.
Okay, pause it.
See, I wasn't too far off. I knew you had to come back to this.
Yeah. And you got to click on the lines again.
Oh yeah, that's right. And then the newer one. That's right.
There we go. Okay, and expand it by clicking the read more.
Who the heck wrote this letter?
Some guy that's owed a lot of money or something.
Oh. Okay.
All right.
You are free by default. In other words, you're free. You should be free.
Not should be. You are.
You are. Okay. That's I'm bad with words yet. Okay.
Should be means that you still think that the arena, the corporate world, shouldn't be hindering you, and that that's where the freedom should be. That's not the case. That doesn't matter if you understand that by default you're free regardless of that going.
Default means regardless. Okay. All right. Not because some fake leaders tell you you are or aren't free. If you believe you need someone to grant you freedom, you'll never have any, because freedom is not permission based or privilege based. You'll never have any based or privilege based. That's right, it's not a privilege.
Or a permission.
Yeah.
The moment you need permission, you're no longer free.
Yeah. It should be a right right off the bat.
No, a right is synonym for privilege too.
Is it really? A right?
Yeah.
I thought it means it's just like a default. It's yours. It's
right. Now who told you that?
Me.
Are you sure?
Yeah. It was me, honestly. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure it was. I'm sure you agree with yourself.
Let me find out. Is that right? That's right. I thought a right was like, you have the right. I mean,
right.
Okay,
you thought.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I said thought because of what you just said. But I mean,
no, the reason why you thought that is because that's what you were told. That's what you were schooled to think in school, and by your peers and your parents and all the other people who were schooled to think the same thing.
All right.
But if you're okay, so now if we're to put the brakes on and step back and look at it in a factual way as to what it actually is, a right happens in a corporate capacity. And it's very much tied to this thing called the Constitution. And it's very much tied with, dependent on if other people agree to cooperate with that or not. And it's very much tied with if you have permission or as a privilege in a corporate capacity. You have the right to drive. Why? Because we have a constitution set up so that you can have the right to drive. Not because you already had it. So that means that your right is a privilege and it can be taken away. If you actually had the right to drive in the sense that you think it means, why would you ever need a license?
Well, then how would you put it in a sentence if it isn't?
Great question. You have the ability to drive by default, don't you? That's all you need. Do you have the ability to walk when you want?
Oh, so in other words, you're making the choice. You have the ability.
You have the ability. By default. Free. You have the ability to walk already. You didn't need somebody to say you have the right to walk. You have the ability to walk. You don't need a right. A right is a psyop to get you to use a privilege as a foundation to try and get remedy when somebody tries to hinder what you have the ability to do by default. It's a psyop. It's a scam. I could give a flying fuck about rights.
Well, thanks a lot. You heard it here first, people.
Rights in the rights that people think that they have and are so dearly tied to, that can all go fuck itself out the window. I give two flying fucks about any of that shit. I'm going to do what I can do and what I need to do to be responsible for myself. And I don't give a flying fuck if it says that I can or can't on a piece of paper. Or what some stupid constitution says I can or can't do or have the freedom to do because it was written down by some other man on a piece of paper? What? So just because some man wrote on a piece of paper that I get to choose what time of day. I have the right to choose what time of day I want to eat. Is that only because somebody said I had the right to do that? Or do I get to do that by default because I have the ability to choose what time I want to eat? Does it matter if they said that I can do that or not?
So then you would actually say I have the ability to be free.
I'm free by default because I have the ability to do the things that I need to do or want to do. Whatever ability I have is the exact amount of freedom that I have. Freedom is synonymous with ability and responsibility. My ability to take responsibility for myself and choose to do so is freedom. And when somebody tries to hinder my ability to take responsibility for myself, it's up to me in my ability to take responsibility for myself to respond to that hindrance in self-defense. And however far I'm willing to go to respond in self-defense to that attempted hindrance is exactly how much liberty and freedom I maintain. No more or no less. That's by default, not because it said so on some fucking piece of paper or somebody else's idea. It's not about an opinion. It's the way it is. It's in nature. This is how it works in nature by default. If somebody wants to come and throw a punch at me, I have to react. Not because we sat down and discussed it and put it on a piece of paper that I have to react. I'm going to have a fucking reflex anyway. It don't matter. Rights is just a scam. Rights is just to get people to fall for, okay, when somebody abuses your rights, you come to us and we'll have a discussion in court about it. And if you stand on your rights, maybe we'll agree with you. You have a right to remain silent.
I knew this.
Why? Because you said so? If you say that I have a right to remain silent, if a right is fundamental and inalienable, I had that whether you said that to me or not. So what's the point of telling me? What you're telling me is that I'm allowed to be silent right now because you're giving me the room to be silent, and you're not going to blow my head off if I do so. That's a privilege. Free range, not freedom. Never confuse the two. It's a scam.
I like that word, free-range freedom. I'll have to remember that one.
Yes.
So
Right.
right
That's
is
why I say
wrong.
rights is free range. Rights is another term. It's for permission and privilege.
Oh, I won't use that word no more.
Great. We're making progress. Excellent. I applaud it.
You just don't like rights. I know. That's all I remember that one. All right. So miss
It's
words
not.
again.
You can't have a right in. It's back to the other thing that I was saying as well. You can't have freedom with country in the same context. They're oxymorons. Rights and freedoms are not. They're in opposition to each other. Same thing with sovereign citizen. That's another psyop.
Really?
You can't. Yes, you can't be a sovereign and a citizen at the same time. A citizen means you're under a contractual obligation to the state. You can't be sovereign free of contractual obligation and contractual obligation at the same time. That's in opposition to itself. You can't be a sovereign citizen. It's one or the other.
Boy,
So same thing. You either have rights or you have freedom. Which one do you want?
oh, freedom. Definitely.
Of course, right? When you understand that. But if you don't know the difference, you're gonna be on your knees with your hands together. But I have rights. Give me my rights. Well, if rights are granted to you by some other man, then that's a permission or a privilege, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
You had freedom by default. You didn't need to ask permission to drive, to walk, but you decided to, even if it was just because you believed you had to. It doesn't matter. You walked right into it. And this is another part about being an adult. Adults don't ask permission to stay out all night. They don't get a hallway permission pass to go to the bathroom. Adults just do what they're going to do because they've left the fucking nest. In the corporate world, what's happened, and this is another thing back to that whole arrested development thing. You got a bunch of arrested development, pre-adolescent juveniles, reach 18, 19, 20, whatever the age is, and then they leave the nest completely arrested in their development and walk into a bigger one with Uncle Sam now being their nanny. Asking permission for everything, to drive, to get a house, to paint a fence. Over here, if you want to put up curtains that are against the color of the HOA, you can't. You'll get a fine. You'll get taxed 2 times the property tax as a fine.
Wow.
Yeah, there's no end to it. That's because you have rights, not freedom. You have rights in an HOA. That's the difference.
Rights.
You have rights. You have a right to drive in a free country. In other words, you have the right to drive when they give you the permission to drive in their range, free range.
Yeah. It's a privilege.
It's your privilege. Yeah. And what happens if you go against that privilege? What happens if you dare drive without that license, without that permission?
Ticket or go to jail.
You get a spanking, just like a fucking child, right? Because you're not an adult. You haven't grown up yet. Adults don't ask for permission. Adults do what they're going to do, and they don't worry about getting a spanking because there's no over authority adult to give them a spanking anymore. There might be other people, though, that are delusional and think so, but then if that's the case, what you got to, here's a heavy one. Are you ready for this?
Mm-hmm.
Imagine you were in a psych ward and you realize that, wait a sec, I'm sane and all these people that I thought were sane aren't, and they're all around me and they're really actually crazy. Well, that narrative doesn't have to be in 4 walls, my friend. That narrative could be a rampant amount of millions of people walking amongst you right now.
Wow. Wow.
And there's no telling what crazy people can or will do. That's the truth. Doped up, totally out of their minds with fluoride and Ritalin and all contaminants in the fucking water that's been drugged. Absolute psychosis to the tit. That's why I'm saying part of going into nature is to detoxify from all this stuff that's making your mind being all over the map, and you won't realize until that stuff really starts to get out of you how bad it really was for yourself and other people. The deeper you get into the rabbit hole and out of the trance of psychosis, the more you see how deep you were in it before, and the more you see how deep other people are in. And let me tell you something, it's deep. It is
what I
fucking
read
deep.
so far, and you already know, I've been reading up on it and sending it out there in Rumble. The bottle of waters. The plastic itself is detrimental to your health.
Yeah.
There's names I can't even pronounce other than benzene.
Yeah.
The food they put
Many
on
things.
it's just water. It's just amazing what they're doing to us. The
I'll
clothes
give
we
you
wear.
the clothes. Yep. It's full of everything. Everything that comes from the corporate world, it's all toxic. That's why the first 4 letters is corpse. corporate.
Corp.
Corporate. Yeah. Seriously, I'm not joking. It's because that's the path of arrested development towards premature death. Walking zombie. You're a walking corpse. Ignorant to that, right? Zombies don't know they're fucking in a state of craziness. And when you say that, it sounds like you're being facetious. You know, you're just almost exaggerating. But I'm not. If anything, you can't you you can't state how true it is. It's an underestimate of it. You know? It's very literal.
Well, the bottled water, the plastic bottles, you look underneath there and they got those little code things, PE and something else. I forget what it is, PEH or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning what's in that bottle, what chemicals.
Yeah. PET. Mm-hmm. You got a 1 to 6, I think it is.
Wow.
You know what? I think number 4 is if you can go and you can research what each one means, and I've done that. I believe number 4 is we haven't tested it enough to give any accurate information.
Jeez. Wow.
Yeah. So take your chances at your own peril is what they're saying, But none of them are healthy. None of them.
They say it's spring water, it's tap water.
Yes. Dasani is a Coca-Cola product. It's just tap water. Not even filtered.
Wow.
Just straight from the tap. Dasani. That's all it is.
Paying
Put in a
$2.50
bottle and
a bottle.
That's right. Chilled. Right?
Yeah.
That's all it is. How stupid are people?
I'm drinking healthy. Mm-hmm.
Right. If you're trying to drink bottled water because you think it's intelligent, it's not working.
Mm-hmm.
It's not working at all. Here's one more thing, and I don't think I've mentioned this, but it'll be something for you to research too. The word fragrance, one of the most profoundly evil label words in the whole shebang. Word fragrance has, I think, some over 80,000 possible toxic chemicals that only, I think, 10% are legally required to disclose in a product.
Wow.
And after some testing, a lot of independent studies shown that a lot of those ingredients were petroleum-based derivatives, primarily gasoline and diesel. And somehow they figured out that by changing an atom by one molecule, they could, in a certain capacity or direction, I don't know the exact science, but I just read up on it. They figured out how to make gasoline or diesel derivatives smell like different flowers and different fragrances. And so it confuses and tricks your nose and your brain into thinking it's something pleasant, but all it really is just diesel or gasoline. That's what you're spraying on your neck and your wrists.
I wonder about those jelly bellies. You ever have any of those before where they have different tastes? Cherry, chocolate. You never had them before.
I don't think so.
Yeah, they got it's very popular. It's a jelly bean, but it has all kinds of, and it does the coconut, anything, it just, I wonder if
Oh
that's.
yeah, it's synthetic flavors. That's another one. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, they figured out how to make the brain think that a synthetic product is something that's pleasant and resembles the smell of flowers or forget what else. There's like 3 or 4 different things that are pleasant to certain palates on the brain, and they figured out that the brain is typically not smart enough to decipher the difference between this. Well, a little bit, but not enough to make the smeller go, "Ooh, that's gasoline," or whatever.
Just by one molecule. Ain't that something?
Yeah, yeah.
Boy, how they're duping us bad. Whew.
So, and that's That's in the anything that has fragrance to it that's synthetic. So that's in uh, perfumes, colognes, hair products, deodorants, laundry detergents, dish detergents. List goes on and on.
Oh,
Anything that has fragrance.
that reminds me. I did something um, quite out of the ordinary. You know the dandelions, right?
Mm-hmm.
You eat the leaves and everything else. Well, what I did, I usually put like 3/4 of lettuce and a quarter of dandelions. Well, I put 3/4 of dandelions and lettuce. Wow, was my head doing good? I was happy.
Hey, I did say moderation, man. I was,
Wow,
yeah, it's a potent herb. It's
I
not.
had to
It's
find
not.
out. Yeah,
I'm sure you did.
I did. I was
Oh,
smiling.
I bet you were on cloud nine. I'm
I
sure.
was. I went, oh, I love this
Did you
shit.
have the giggles? Did you have the
No, I didn't
giggles?
have the giggles, but I was
You didn't have the
smiling.
giggles.
I was just smelling right out. I went, wow. And I figured
Yeah.
who was right about that. I had to find out.
It's almost like a drug, isn't it? In a
Yeah,
way.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, was it good? I just did it yesterday too. I was smiling all day. Wow.
Oh well. Well, that's okay. Brady and I, we know where that sort of sweet spot line is, and well, there's a reason why I have. I don't need this anyway. It's not like I have dandelion all the time, but it's all it's all about when your body has the room to breathe. It goes into different states hormonally, and you end up feeling more like the way you should, which is really good, which gives you the reason to be happy and bubbly and laughy more and all these things.
Hmm. Yeah, I
That's
was in a
that's
good
what's
mood.
supposed to happen. I'm sure, yeah. That's the point. It all goes together, when you're in a good and you're feeling good. And let me tell you, that's just the tip of the iceberg. Once you're out and eating more wild raw herbs all the time consistently, and the denseness of the nutrients in there and the toxification gets really deep, it gets to this point really quickly where you just got to experience it for yourself. Even that alone, what you just gave me feedback on, you can start to get a sense for. There's no way I could have accurately described that. You know, just give you a sense for it until you actually you know taste it.
Oh, I tell you, I'm used to it now. So it doesn't bother. It wasn't the dandelions I wasn't used to. It's the cilantro. I put that in there too. I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, those two are potent combination.
Mm,
Those two, and dandelion and arugula as well is a pretty potent combination. But do not do all three. Take it from
okay.
experience. You're going to do it, I know, but don't do all three. I'm telling you, it's overkill. It's too much. All
Okay.
three is too much. So
Uh,
if you're going to do all three, and I know you are, just do a little bit of all three, okay? But don't do it.
okay. I promise you, I won't do it. I just had to find
uh,
out what dandelions. I did. But this. I
you'll.
wanted to. Uh,
I had to. I tried it as an experiment, and the results were just like it felt like I was overkilling it, and it was unnecessary. It was over what was necessary by too much, and it kind of made what should be the experience a little bit not as pleasant.
okay. I got
So
you.
then I drew it back, and from that point I only did either dandelion arugula or dandelion cilantro or cilantro arugula, two out of the three, any combination, and it all is the same that way.
That's what I'll do then. Well, I just had to find out because I told my wife, says, I said I don't feel really any difference, and it's dandelion. I says, what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put 3/4 and just lettuce. Boy, I tell you what, Was I having a day? Yes, I was having a
Woo!
day. Yeah. Damn
Yeah.
animal could fart in my face. I wouldn't known any better.
Combine that with, a couple of cups of matcha and you're good to go for a few days, Uh-huh.
I'm going to do that again today.
It's these
Yeah.
there's a saying, let your food be your medicine and your medicine be your food, and I'm not into drugs or anything, but I am definitely into the benefits of what nature offers me that is brings my natural state to its fullest potential, for sure. And that's what these herbs do.
You're,
They don't force stimulate you. They enhance what is already there.
you're a good doctor.
Stop insulting me.
You're right. You're right. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah. Yeah. You're a good healer. How's that?
I'm Dr. Feelgood.
Oh, yeah. I was praising you up and down 2 days ago. Yeah.
And well, at least this one, there's no kickback of launching to the moon
Yeah.
the next morning.
Montezuma. Yeah. Montezuma.
Right.
Uh, oh, man.
No, it's a beautiful experience, isn't it? It's even better the true wild one. If when you get out and forage, if you get a
Really, I
real
got to try
juicy
that.
yeah, if you get a real juicy patch that is away from far away from any contamination, far enough away. But that's going to be everything that you forage. You're going to find some interesting effects that wouldn't have thought of otherwise, because they haven't been contaminated, or watered down and diluted in their potency.
Yeah, we'll go up there. Yeah, it was an experience 2 days ago. It really was. I enjoyed it. Really.
they,
Just,
that's a secret they don't want you to know about. That's why they want to kill that fucking. They want to demonize that and call it a weed. It's bad. You got to get rid of it. It's going to choke your grass. No, 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 no. The grass is choking the dandelion. Get rid of the fucking grass. That's what you want is the dandelion. The grass is the weed. It's backwards.
yeah. Yeah, you're right. I used to kill them too, left and right.
That's what
Yep.
they school, right? That's what they indoctrinate. It's evil. The dandelions, these weed killers.
You don't want
They're the
chewing on that
most
shit. Yeah.
right. Yeah, it's all about appealing to your. It's an eyesore, right?
Mm-hmm.
Fucking eyesore bullshit. I'll tell you what's an eyesore. A bunch of fat, lazy slobs that don't know fucking left from right, mowing down the most beneficial herbs that are going to keep you from getting sick. That's an eyesore.
Makes a lot of sense. It does. You
Chew
know,
on that.
like I told that one guy, put the knickers in that pipe and smoke it,
Pistachios not included.
eh? Yeah. Did you did you hear the guy talk about prison? He was a cook, and he
A little bit.
yeah,
That was
and
right
he
before
says
that was purple, I think.
yeah yeah yeah. He goes, when I put it in my food, I put down saltpeter. Really hell out. He didn't hear it. TJ didn't hear it, but the other guy above me heard it. He started laughing. Oh,
That's funny.
yeah.
Yeah, don't drop the soap.
Yeah, really. Why is there a rope in this soap here? Uh, too much. But yeah, that dandelion really did the job on me. I was happy, very happy. So
Um, well, that's definitely the effects of some pretty deep cleansing too. If
mm,
that's good, good to. And there's nothing. I've never really experienced like an overdose effect, and I'm not saying that there couldn't be one, or what you should be careful of how much. I just never reached it. I just always caution people to be careful because of what you're talking about. If you, and it's also quite bitter at first, right? Depending on the season harvest as well, but it's a pretty the taste of it is pretty intense, when you're not used to it. So I caution people at first to be very moderate about it so that they don't get turned off and shy away from themselves before they get a chance to really experience the true benefits of getting to it.
yeah, you'll require a taste for it. If you keep eating it, you will. You know what I mean?
You do.
It doesn't bother me. It
Yes.
doesn't bother me at all. Not
Right.
now.
Then after you get acquired to that, then it becomes pleasurable. You can certainly take more of it and really start to see to the point like you're doing now, where there's just no denying that this stuff is doing something, right?
Oh yeah.
It's the same with matcha. Same with matcha. It's if you haven't experienced that yet, you gotta have that to really understand. Sometimes it can take a couple cups um, to get the right amount at the right time, and there's all kinds of factors like how toxic you are. If you smoke, that's a factor. Your size. So the more sort of factors there are to a potential resistance of effect, the more you should increase the amount that you put in your tea. But yeah,
Like,
but matcha, you have to be careful. That's the one that you have to make sure you don't overdose. Now that overdose level could be different because of those factors. So you gotta experiment and find that line for yourself. But for me, a quarter in a 500 to 650 mil cup, I'm fine for hours. Whew, I'm great. And I'll do that twice a day, or sometimes like just a bit ago, I did a half a tablespoon in, I think this is a 750 mil glass. Let me see if it says it on here. No, it doesn't. So it's your equivalent to a large size cup at a pop fountain, whatever that 700, I think, between 7 and 800 mils, and I put a half a tablespoon in there, and you know I'm good till at least 4 o'clock right now. I'm good till at least noon, at least maybe one or two.
we'll both be walking cloud high, eh?
I ain't sitting.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know that a lot of times I'm walking back and forth and stretching and during these conversations, and I'm moving. I got energy up the yin yang.
That's what I do when I talk to you. Go have a cigarette, walk around, a little bit, come back, get up, walk around.
Right, right.
I'm just restless. Everything else. Well, I'll tell you what. Let's get off the air here, and then we can do
Uh,
that. We do that video.
we'll do that. We just got to finish this comment.
Oh,
So
damn! I forgot about that.
I'm right with you. We're gonna do that. I promise. We're gonna get through this, rights, together.
Oh, but you heard him, people. He hates rights.
Yeah. Those rights can go. You can go. Rights can go fuck themselves. There we go.
I gotta tape people.
How about this? You can go fuck yourself with your rights. I don't need your fucking rights.
Yeah, there goes race for vets. All right, let me get my eyes cleared up here from laughing so hard here.
All right.
Okay, let's see,
Where do we
privilege
leave
based.
off?
Okay, a free man doesn't ask permission. Did I read that already?
I think that's about where we left off.
Okay, free man doesn't ask permission for nothing. A free man knows nobody is a ruler over them. Come on, talk right. A free
That's
man
right. That was
doesn't
a
put
typo. Yep.
a free man doesn't put stock into fiction and distraction as slaves put stock into, like, politics, patriotism, nationalism, culturalism, religion, democracy, capitalism, corporationism, MSM. What's MSM?
Mainstream media.
Oh, is that what that means?
Yep.
Etc. That's true right there. You don't put stock in them. They're all a bunch of bullshitters or liars. I don't trust them anyway. Okay, let's see. And when you know this, you understand freedom and live by your own will, regardless of where you feel are standing on the ground.
Feet. Where your feet.
How come I can't see with this shit? And regardless what anyone else thinks about, especially the patriot-minded slaves, this is real freedom. Show less. What's this show less?
Oh, that's just the YouTube thing to expand or track.
Oh, they
My
added it on there. Okay.
Yeah, my statement ends at that is real freedom.
It is. It's real freedom. That's what I want. That's exactly what I want right there. Shut the freaking TV off, radio, and just go out there and enjoy myself. Work when I want to work. Do what I want to do. Have no rights.
Oh wow, we're making progress. This is fantastic. I know, I'm serious. Yes. Okay, well, that was my whole thing. Is again, as I said earlier before we started this, the whole point is I'm trying my best to get better and better with getting this message across so that it's understood. And I think we definitely made some progress with that today on a bit of a different level that I've been wanting to do.
Yeah, it was good.
So,
It was good.
so what do we say about rights again?
Fuck rights.
Yeah. Tell your rights to go fuck themselves.
Yeah,
Don't need
it's
your fucking rights.
what is it? Rights ain't
What
worth
is
shit. But
what is sorry?
go on,
Go ahead. That
go
was
on, no
just a
fun.
lag.
Nothing. I just cussed out rights. That's all.
Okay. Mhm.
Go on.
No, you got the right to talk first.
Well, just the ability. I have the ability to do what I want to do.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Oh man, I don't do pride, so I'm not proud.
Okay.
I'm very unproud of you. You remember the Alice in Wonderland thing I was telling you about?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's the unbirthday narrative. I'm very unproud of you. It's your unbirthday today.
Yeah. Yeah. A little dyslexic, right?
Yeah, list lexic.
Yeah. That's the whole thing. Oh shit. Anyway, people, we're gonna take off. We're gonna do that video on Rumble, and it's called "The Plantation." And again, like Guru said, it's not what you think it is. It has nothing to do with the color of his skin, there's black slavery or anything like that. It has to do something totally different. And what a surprise you're going to see if you go to Rights for Vets or Fuck Rights. Um, you'll look.
Fuck your rights for vets.
So if you can't see it, please do. Uh, we still got to fix Dijon's Rumble yet. She's
Oh,
missing out like crazy. Yeah, she wants Oh well, we'll get a hold of her.
well, oh yeah. If she needs some help, you know, no problem.
Yeah, she forgot her password. She says she can't get back in there. So
I think somebody mentioned if she didn't know, she should just try the forgot password. Send it to her email.
yeah, she, yeah.
Either that or just make a new account.
Mm-hmm. You know what? That wouldn't be. Well, yeah. I got to ask. Yeah, she can make another one like I did.
Mm-hmm.
That would be good. So, is there anything last words you want to say, Nudie?
Um. Well, what else can we say as closure to this? Well, I enjoyed this first half of the chapter of our saga this evening. A pleasure. I love the progress we're making and being a part of it. um, as we stated earlier, for anybody who's still here listening or comes after, I don't know. We're going to try and set this up to have a banner flash to point to if anybody's not subbed to Wright's Rumble channel. Actually, maybe we'll do that. Why don't you put your Rumble link, or maybe I'll go grab it. Your Rumble link, and I'll put it in the chat so that anybody who is not subscribed or doesn't know much about Rumble, they can do so right now. Anticipation about what we're going to do. And once again, just to reiterate, what we're going to do is we're gonna have a movie session here, but not a mainstream movie. So this isn't going to be no horror or comedy or sci-fi. This is Larkin Rose's full-fledged movie that he made based off of his little skit movie that he made some years ago called, I think it was called just The Plantation. And so recently he released a full-fledged movie that was based off of that, which both Wrights and I are very intrigued to watch because of how powerful the short saga of The Plantation really was as an eye-opener to so many people, and how much it just hits the nail on the head about the reality of what a nation is and how people are operating in the corporate world. So we're going to watch that on Rumble and not on YouTube because Rights is concerned about copyright, and it very well could be a potential concern. So the idea is we're just going to put a banner up here on YouTube and point to the link on Rumble for anybody. Maybe what we should do is actually we should restart a new YouTube stream so that people can get the bell of that.
Okay.
And then we'll just have that on pause and mute, and then we'll go on, live on Rumble separately, and we'll just point to that link. So before we do that, let me just grab Wright's Rumble channel here. Pull it off. Here it comes in the chat. There it is. That's Wright's Rumble. Go to that, folks, and make sure you subscribe and bell to him on there. If you don't have an account on Rumble, it's pretty easy and free to sign up with. Go ahead and do that. We'll be a few minutes as well to set all this up. And feel free to join us over there and enjoy the movie with us. We'd love to have you with us. Other than that, go fuck your rights. And if you don't join us, you have the right to go fuck yourself.
Remember, you have the ability to be right, but you're wrong.
You have the ability to go fuck yourself, too.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good. We'll see you no short.
I love freedom, don't you?
Yeah, I do. I love it. What's her name again? You got her number?
Which sister?